And we're back. What's up, marvelous DeMystifier crew? Super excited to see you guys all in the chat. Happy to be in the weave again with my main partner in crime, Gabriel, Slick Dissident. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good to see you, buddy. Looking forward to this one. The Nexus
Yeah,
Event,
me too.
Episode 4.
I got to get used to the timing thing. We got a slight delay with Gabe, so if we run over each other a little bit, don't worry about it. That's just kind of a funny theme, the time delay, because this whole series that we're talking about is about time. And speaking of time, it has come to pass that the series itself, which is 2 seasons, is now concluded. I think since we last did a show on it. So, you know, I guess a lot of people in the chat probably have gone through to the end at this point. And I think we'll more or less not spoil future episodes till we get to those episodes, in case anybody sometime in the sacred timeline wants to follow along one episode at a time, which would be pretty cool. But I will say that now that the show has reached its glorious conclusion, many of the weaves that we've put forth have been proven true in terms of where we saw this going. So I find that exciting. The finale just further stoked the fire of interest to get this DeMystifier series all the way through it, which is a feat in and of itself, considering these episodes often take 3, maybe even 4 hours. We'll see how we do tonight. Tonight, the episode we're covering is number 4 from the first season of Loki. I'm going to go ahead and bring my screen share in. So episode 4 is called The Nexus Event. And the themes I've already listed, like in the title: Narcissus, the devil, Kronos. So as we go through this, keep in mind those particular ideas. And although I do my best to be exhaustive, analyzing the symbolism that's there in the show, I'm sure that I'm not catching every connection, or maybe even forgetting some that were in my head whenever I tried to make a certain point, and then, you know, it kind of falls out again as I'm compiling stuff. So that means you guys in the chat, please feel free and invited to add your observations to this, and especially where they support the points that we're putting forth. So Gabe is the one that tipped me off tonight that the episode 4 has a lot to do with the devil card. I think he was absolutely on the money. The themes of that are woven throughout the context of this episode, especially in that Old Testament Hebrew gematria way. we got onto that thread last episode pretty strong, and it follows through into this one really well. Want to shout out PK in the chat for the second time hooking me up with a particularly good Hebrew gematria book in a PDF form. That was invaluable for making connections on the show we're talking about tonight. So thank you for that. Now, before I kick it over to you, Gabe, to talk about your preliminary thoughts, I just wanted to give this quote from Joseph Campbell in his book, Thou Art That, Transforming Religious Metaphor. He says, "Gods suppressed become devils, and often it is these devils whom we first encounter when we turn inward." Something to think about. So, Gabe, what are your thoughts as we open up into this and make our way towards the play-by-play?
Nice. That's a great quote. I love that quote. Well, as we were warming it up, you know, I realized, like, you know, we're going to do our best not to cause any spoilers. And that term spoilers, it really is taking on interesting light in this film, because they don't want to spoil the sacred timeline. And so I just love that. And if they do spoil the sacred timeline, then they have to be pruned. And so the idea of spoiling and pruning, you know, these are agricultural terms. So I think there really is something going on with that, where, like, you know, you don't want to spoil somebody else's chronological experience of the story. So that just kind of popped on my mind. And this title of this episode is just ringing. It's just calling out with anagrams, whispers, twilight language, right on the face of it. I mean, it basically is saying the next US event. It's T minus. There's a T missing after the X, but the title is basically the next US event. But I've done a little bit of anagram work with this phrase here, and it could be true to be next. You take out the word the, and you're gonna cannibalize the, and it becomes next shoe event. SHUE. I'm being very playful with the letters, but the next shoe event is almost the same thing. It's like we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, And isn't it fascinating? This is from the first season, but here when they're closing off the season, almost like they planned it a year in advance, we're waiting for the other shoe to drop in the geopolitical arena. So I just think that's kind of interesting. And then also another anagram we can pull out of here is next to the 7. NEXTU, the 7. Next to the 7. And that doesn't seem like anything on the face of it. But for me, I'm definitely I'm seeing 4 and 7. This is episode 4. Both of those numbers kabbalistically reduce into a nexus with the number 1. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10 reduces to a 1. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 is 28, reduces to a 10, collapses to a 1. So the 4 and the 7 are both relating to the Kabbalistic collapse of the 1, but also the 714, or I think actually it's 417 is one of the frequencies, but that's on the that's a sacred frequency on my Enneagram, sacred numerological correspondence. And then but next to the 7 in my Enneagram is calling at the number 6. It could go to the 8 because we're going to find the controller at the end. Or it could go to the 6 in the other direction. I think it's indicating the 6 because this is the Siege Perilous, and the man behind the curtain is about to be exposed, and he has been sitting in the Siege Perilous position all this time, kind of hidden behind the curtain. So I'm seeing a lot of the dynamics of the number 6 implied by the anagram that I pulled out next to the 7 from this title.
I was particularly curious about, you said there's an anagram about next shoe event. Is that what you said? And that would that be like SHU?
SHUE, yep.
Interesting.
Because I had it
makes me think of
around.
Makes me think of the Federal Bureau of Prison segregates prisoners in special housing units, SHU. And that's like when you're in the hole, whenever you're in isolation. In Chinese, shu, with a lot of variations on how to stress the vowel, it's actually got some fascinating meanings, including counting or numbers and figures. It could relate to trees, books, cultivation, writing, all things that fit into our weave as far as Bacchus, the word, the tree, the arborism. There's a lot there. The next shoe event. Interesting, man. Great opening thoughts.
There's one. There is one more anagram in here, and this just came to me today because of recent events. But another anagram, and this is, again, I'm taking liberties, but the next US envy, ENVE, there is no Y, but the next US envy is interesting to me because it turns out we just discovered there's an oil program in Israel, and its name is Leviathan. And it just came to the surface with all this rigmarole about what's going on over there, that this down low covert operation for more oil access is called Leviathan, and Leviathan is the infernal name of envy, which is number 4 on the Enneagram. So here we are with episode 4, and I'm seeing this anagram for the next US ENVE, envy, and sure enough, we just found out that Leviathan is the name of the oil agenda. We'll just say that name is going to get a lot of airplay in the minds of man, and that's fascinating because Leviathan is the book Thomas Hobbes wrote when King Charles I was killed, decapitated, and Charles Hobbes was essentially making a desperate effort to establish a social contract in the chaos of the fallout of a king. So the word Leviathan connects to crucial, pivotal history, changes of events in Thomas Hobbes' time, but also the entire concept of a social contract, which is always changing. It's an ever morphic myth that we tell the kids just so they follow the laws. That there's you didn't know you said there's a contract. It's in heaven. It's an imaginary fugazi, and we all just agreed to agree to it. So yeah, that's pretty fascinating considering the social change right now that Leviathan is going to be in the minds of man. And I see Leviathan specifically in the astrologically as the Cetus. Say that, yep, Cetus constellation. It's the sea monster in the spring.
Yep, Jonah's whale.
These are some ingredients that will be coming up as the story rolls out.
Dylan said in the chat that he came across an Italian account from 1750 of Bel or Baal or Belinus being Kronos. Oh, I definitely believe that. And just, I don't know why, but just on a whim, I just typed in to Google search Bell Nexus. And check this out. Unveiled in 2015, the Bell Nexus, a hybrid electric or all battery hybrid helicopter airplane. It can switch between. It goes both ways. The Bell Nexus 6HX. Really weird. Totally non sequitur, but it's kind of cool though. Then the other thing to point out about Nexus is that the word comes from
cool.
The Latin word nectar. Go ahead.
Oh, one thing about Baal relating to Kronos, it's very synchronous because the eighth muse. Okay, so Kronos is number 8, challenger controller on the Enneagram, Saturn, absolutely. But the eighth muse is also a ballerina, is a dancer. And she needs good timing. To be a good ballerina, you have to have good timing. So you have to be synchronous to Kronos. So yeah, that's pretty fun.
Another really good comment from Dylan that I want to point out too is he says the word Bach pertains to drunkenness, love, and defeat through violence in the Irish language. Totally awesome. That fits actually with the weaves in this episode pretty well. Particularly there's this theme in the show about Loki being destined to lose, always defeat through violence particularly. And drunkenness and love are a part of this conversation tonight as well. And the word Bach in the Hebrew, that's going to come up later. It actually has a really strong fit into the rest of this weave. So that's great. Nexus is philologically identical to Nakash. That's the brazen serpent. That's true. Nexus is in Latin nectare, which means bound or a binding together, which is what you do to the serpent. You bind it to the cross. So it's basically, Nexus is from a Latin word that basically means the same thing as the word from which we get religion, or yoga, which is like yoke, like you're yoked to something, connected, bound to God. So let's get into this analysis here. As always, the first shot in the episode is important, but I'll remind everyone where we left off in the previous. Oh man, world micmac. Yeah, you guys are just you're going to have a lot of really helpful interruptions for me tonight. Latin baculum, a stick or a staff. There you go. That's like the staff that the serpent is raised on. So the last episode ended with Loki and Sylvie attempting to get on the Ark to escape a cataclysm, and then the Ark is destroyed, and the cataclysm ensues. So following that closing shot, our opening shot here is the mountains, which, interestingly enough, it's clear that Loki and Sylvie are Gemini figures, being that they are Mercury, Hermes characters, and they're twins, as they're literally the same person, just different genders. So interestingly enough, I learned this from John McHugh. I haven't really found other sources very well but you know how it is trying to look up sources. The best you usually land on is Wikipedia. But the point being, John McHugh said in Celestial Code of Scripture, and I trust him, he's a full-on cuneiform scholar, that the Gemini constellation, aside from just being twin god figures, was also symbolic of two mountains to the ancient Mesopotamians. And these mountains are the landing spot for the Ark, basically the biblical Ararat. So we see basically here two mountains following the shot in the previous episode of the Ark. And we go over the crest of the hill here, and you have Asgard. The Asgard is clearly a sacred center, Mount Meru or Mount Ararat showing up here. So, we're continuing that theme of the Ark and the symbolism all laid up in that very clearly, in my opinion. And we find out why we're looking at Asgard by going into the building, and we see a child, a female Loki as a child. She's playing with a dragon, and there's a longboat toy behind her. So the longboat obviously is recalling the Ark symbolism, the fact that there's a boat there, right? Just in case we weren't thinking about that. I find the longboats really fascinating because they are common across many ancient cultures. Clearly, especially as depicted here, it's a Phoenician thing. But if you ever look at the Viking ships and Phoenician ships, they look very much the same. Basically the same thing. They also would either have like a dragon-headed prow or a horse sometimes. I mean, I'm sure there's other things too, but those are the really common ones that I've seen. And they're called longboats. The Chinese have a version of this too, actually. And if you look up Chinese longboat or dragon boat, there's a huge annual festival of rowing these type of boats. They don't have sails on them, but I think that's just part of the competition, that it's guys rowing the boats. But then the word long in Chinese actually means dragon. So we're looking at these dragon boats of the Vikings or the Phoenicians that we call longboats. And then over in China, they have the same kind of boat, and long means dragon. I find that to be too much. That's too much for me. I know maybe it's not like a hard and fast connection, but it's a strike in my opinion. Also, the Chinese version of these boats would often be flat on one side and then have the prow with the ornament on the other side, which is totally reminiscent of Argo Navis in the sky, or the ship with the prow shorn off, which is when it goes through the Scylla and Charybdis, I believe, and it just barely makes it through in the Odyssey myth, and then the half of the ship is torn off, and so there's only half a ship in the sky when it became deified. Lots more about that in John McHugh's book as well, Celestial Code of Scripture. Gabe's jumping in. Okay.
So I got quite a few things all come together. This is such a great opening scene. It's so rich. It's so rich. There was so much going on. I've actually watched this episode almost 4 times now. And every time I get a deeper and a deeper and a deeper appreciation for what's going on. But yeah, my mind went there to the exact same place you went, Chance. Argo Navis, this ship constellation, and I want to posit the possibility, because we know that Argo Navis is a half of a ship. It is divided in half. It's cut it down the middle. But I've seen the Argo depicted in star charts, oftentimes in illogical arrangements. Sometimes the prow is not pointing in the same direction as the mast in the valens, which is basically the sail, doesn't really line up. So sometimes in some star charts, the ship is even disassembled. It's not even in its constituent parts. I believe that the Argo Navis represents all the ships from all the stories, as well as, and specifically most important of all those ships, is the ship of Theseus. I think this is the ship of Theseus, which is a really beautiful and profound philosophical question about if you replace every piece of a ship with a new perfect exact replacement and still call it the ship of Theseus, is it technically still the ship of Theseus if all the pieces are replaced? And if it's not, at what point did it change from its original form into something new with the same name? And so it's a philosophical thing about what's in a name, right?
Yeah, that's a huge question, though, because it's like, it asks us, are we our form, or are we the spirit behind us? And how is the spirit connected to the name and identification and history of a thing? Very, very important question to ask. Yeah, I mean, I think this really applies to legal sorcery as well, in a lot of ways. The question of, if you have an axe and the handle breaks and you replace the handle, you keep the same axe head and you keep using that, and then the axe head breaks and you put a new axe head on it, is it the same axe? And I think it's a paradox,
Great call. Yeah, I think it is a paradox. And I think it's unresolved on purpose. I think they have to immortalize the quandary into a constellation so that it will be passed on to generations to come, so that we make sure that our kids are asking important questions about the realm. So I think that the Argo Navis is most important. It is, of course, the ship that Jason and the Argonauts were on. It is also the ship from all the other stories. But more important than all those, I think, is that it's the ship of Theseus. It's also the ship that Columbus sailed on. We've kind of woven all these things together. But can you bring up that graphic that I sent, the most recent one in the Telegram, Chance? Because not only are they being impeccable with this ship of the Argos constellation, they're even placing the artifacts of her toys in almost the exact location that they should be in relation to the ship in the star charts.
That question I want to add before I pull this up, or as I'm pulling this up, that question of, if you replace all the parts of a thing, is it still the thing that it was? That really applies to the Loki character in this series, although it's in reverse. His body is still the same, but all the components of his personality, his intellect, his motivations, everything else, everything in the spirit realm, the mental realm, is all replaced. And it's the body that's the same. It's basically the same question, though, of reassembling the ship. Is it the same ship, but in reverse? Really interesting that you're bringing that up.
That is such a good point, Chance. That is such a good point because it's a story about redemption. And so, in order for him to be redeemable, he has to replace everything of his interior world. You're stuck with what's on the outside, but it's the inner work that you have to do to find redemption. Redemption doesn't exist on the exterior. That's a really good point. I love that you said that. And redemption, by the way, redemption is the evidence that you are a good. If you're not redeemable, then you cannot be sold again. If you cannot be sold again, then you are not a good. So these are things to think about where what this is where what we think of as what is moral rubs right up against Black's Law Dictionary and becomes something else, becomes a Lex Mercatoria. So the morality and Lex Mercatoria run parallel in fascinating ways. So yeah, what is redeemable and what is good. But so this constellation, oh, I can barely even.
You want me to zoom in for you?
Thing, but it's right next to the ship. Thank you. Antilla, the Antilla cluster. Oh, Antlia cluster is a constellation just off the whatever starboard bow of Argo Navis, and that's exactly where they place the device. Is just off the bow of the Argo Navis, and this is the device that resets the timeline. But it just gets me how quantitative it is that uses the color purple, going back to the Fornax constellation that produces the Tyrrhenian purple and the royal blue dyes. But even the number of galaxies inside of this alleged subgroup is a 234, and 234, that's the axial tilt of the Earth. It's also the emotional numbers in the Enneagram. The 2, 3s, and 4s are the feeling groups. So I just find a lot of really fascinating emotional nuance implied by some of the facts around this constellation. But another thing about the Argo constellation, you can see in the star map, it has a compass on the mast. Attached to the mast of the boat is a compass. And its name, the compass's name is, I think, Pixis or Prixus, Pyxus is the Prixus. And I just want to keep on people's radar. The compass is not only Masonic geometry and all that stuff, it's also the symbol for NATO. NATO, their logo is a compass. Their slogan is a mind unfettered by deliberation. And I think their slogan is telling us that they want to LoJack our moral compass so that we don't think about what's right and wrong and we just move on like an automaton. And so that's why I'm even talking about the compass, because the compass is a machine. It doesn't have deliberation. It doesn't have a choice. It always does. It's automatic. It doesn't have deliberation. I think that they want humanity to be more like machines, to be more like these inanimate objects. That's something you'll hear me harp on a lot. They're implying that inanimate objects or machines can be emotionally attached to or have any kind of feelings. So that's just something that I'm always bringing up because, again, 2, 3, 4 are the feeling groups of the Enneagram. And here we have a child being abducted, and they're using a gimmick, a mechanism to steal a child. And they're putting this little mechanism down and dissolving these children's toys in a very triggering scene. But then one more thing I want to point out, and I'm just going to kind of seed a conclusion, an alpha and omega here, and that is that this constellation, the Argo Navis, it's in the extreme south. It's a south around the South Pole, zone or territory of the night sky. And at the end of this film, so this is the opening scene, they're going to bring us back to this in another symbolic format at the end of this episode. So right now we're in the extreme southern
it's not
parts of
really
the
the
sky.
South Pole per se, but it's the southern part of the sky if you're in the northern hemisphere. That's true. It's farthest from the pole
And that's
star in your stellar tableau.
Yes. And that is tricky, knowing your north and your south and how it rolls out. It is kind of tricky. It helps to have a stellarium or a star map to see what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to mention that man.
Get a planisphere.
We're beginning at the base. Yeah. The girl is even sitting on the steps, you know. I think she's representing Hestia. I think she's representing Hestia or the Indus constellation. Of course, I have a bias. I'm always thinking of that constellation nowadays. But the fact, and then she gets abducted, but then one of her toys is a wolf. One of those little toys next to her is definitely the Lupus, the Lupus constellation, which is just around the corner. It's actually just off screen from that star chart I showed you, is Centaurus stabbing the Lupus constellation. So my point is that her map, her playthings, her artifacts of a child are artifacts of the sky. And it's so fascinating how impeccable, how flawless they are with the details. It gets me every time. And it's so that we don't forget. I think that's why they are seeding these artifacts as inanimate, benign objects in the scenery, is so that we actually are unable to forget that these stellar relationships are immortal. They're epigenetic. They're actually epigenetic at this point.
Good stuff, man. I had a brainwave while you were talking about this too, that on the other side of the ecliptic from the Argo Navis and all the stuff that you're pointing out is the Capricorn constellation. So this part of the sky that she's playing with is adversarial to the devil or Capricorn, as in opposed, opposite, the shaitan. And the devil card being so important to this episode, that makes a ton of sense. So I want to just say, I have no idea how much is intentional in the symbolism of these shows and how much is part of our collective psyche. And no matter what we do, if we put our heads together as a group and make some sort of grand work of fiction, that this stuff falls out and it lines up with itself just over and over again throughout time, throughout all mythology and religion. I don't know. I really don't know which it is. I think it's probably some of both, but that's good stuff. And I'll also point out that in this part of the sky clock where they're at, about as far away as this stuff is from the two little figures right here at the bottom of the step, that's about how far away Argo Navis is from Gemini. And there's a twin thing going on here. It looks a lot like Twin Mountains to me. Also I thought I would talk about how as the doorway opened up behind her, it made me think about the Mesopotamian divine twins, the Gemini twins of Mesopotamia. Aside from being twin mountains, there are also these two gods called Lugal-Ira and Meslamta-Ea. Meslamta-Ea, Lugal-Ira. They were warrior deities. So that kind of is cool with the weave that Dylan put in here about Arg, A-R-G, as in Argo, meaning champion in Phoenician Irish, which is basically ancient Irish is Phoenician. The Argo is a ship of Mars, warriors, champions, all of that. And these are two gods that are warriors here. They were, Lugal-Ira was the god of mayhem, and the epithet that meant mayhem was Era. And that makes me think of Eros, which comes up in this episode, as well as an era of time. But in particular, these guys, these divine twins of the Mesopotamian Gemini, were the gods of doorways, particularly doorways to the underworld. And that's kind of what the TVA is in a lot of ways. It's sort of like the underworld. There's part of the, when I was doing research into the Mesopotamian Gemini, what you would say culture around that or mythology around that, there's a particular omen that stood out where in the cuneiform text it says, if Venus stands between the great twins, the land will become altogether hostile. And that really struck me because that's basically what this episode is about. Venus is between the twins in this episode. And things start getting really hairy. The whole land starts getting brought into conflict by this. You know, all the harmony is upset because Venus is between the great twins, aka love.
Wow. Wow. Well,
Also,
okay,
era
so
meaning mischief, and Eros, era as mischief. And there's a quote from the previous episode where Sylvie says, "Love is mischief."
right. Yes. And she in her particular whatever reality timeline, she's considered the god of mischief. And then we find out, I think in this episode, or maybe it's the next one, that one of the Lokis is the god of outcasts. And then our Loki starts looking around and he's like, wait a second. Are all the other Lokis gods of something almost the same as me? Because being a god of mischief is almost a god of an outcast. And then Loki is like he's like the god of thieves and trickery and deceit. Now these are almost synonymous, but they're not exactly the same word, And I think he perks up. He's like, wait a second. And then they move to something else before he can address it. So I
Well,
think
that
there's
reminds me of how
implication.
something I said last time, how all this variety of gods and goddesses has a lot to do with there being epithets and titles affixed to the god or a single deity that then get misunderstood to mean a whole different god. I think that's part of the whole multiverse of gods and goddesses.
Yes.
I'm going to move us on.
Go
ahead.
Well, I got one more thing on. It's good. It's great that you mentioned the twins, because that's a card number 6 is the lover's card. She's playing with her toys right now. And in the end of this episode, we're going to end up on 1-5, which is 15 is the devil's card. In both of those cards, card number 6 and card number 1-5, both are on position number 6, again, next to the 7. Position number 6 on my Enneagram is a loyalist with a shadow of fear. And the fact that she's talking about Valkyries, a Valkyrie saves Asgard, that is really ringing bells in my mind, because the number 6 position, I believe their remedial virtue is courage, bravery, and valor. Valor is one of the attributes of a number 6 for them to exceed, to really show up as an accomplished number 6. And the Valkyrie is part of that recipe, because if you die in the battlefield in valor, valiantly, courageously, daring, then a Valkyrie will come and take you to Valhalla. And so that is a crucial ingredient of the 6 personality type, is that dynamic of the Valkyrie coming to take you to Valhalla. And so I think that confirms my theory about the title of this episode, because at the end of the conclusion of the season finale, that character, he's sitting in the 6th position. He's in the Siege Perilous, and she's kind of foreshadowing it by speaking of the Valkyrie. And technically, one more thing, the Valkyrie doesn't kill the dragon and then save Asgard. Like the warriors kill the dragon, and the Valkyrie comes and takes the warrior away. You know, the Valkyrie has a different job than killing dragons. Just saying, there is a bureaucracy to Asgard, and that's not what the Valkyrie's job is. Oh, you're muted, buddy.
I definitely have thoughts on the Valkyrie thing. And as she's playing with the toys, the devil shows up, the authority figure, and it's the Renslayer, the Slayer of the Name. But she's for some reason a Minuteman at this point and not a judge, which I found interesting. Wasn't quite sure what to make of that. She says, "I hereby arrest you for crimes against the sacred timeline." And oh yeah, we already talked about this. I guess I had a slide with all of the toys zoomed in on to point out the whole Twin Mountains and the Ark again, and Gemini next to the Argo Navis. So there it is more clearly. I think, though, you know, there's a following scene. So she gets brought into the TVA and they see this guy being arrested and, you know, beat up a bit, roughed up a bit by the Minutemen, Boot Boys, Gestapo. And she cries out, "Help him." And that combined with the fact that she's like identifying with the Valkyrie when she's playing, my theory is that because it's never made clear why Sylvie was arrested as a variant in the first place. And my theory is that at this moment, while she's playing with her toys, she makes a choice that she wants to be good or to be like a Valkyrie or some kind of hero. Valkyrie in the Marvel sense, like the superhero Valkyrie. So she wants to be a good god instead of fulfilling her role as like a loser, bad guy antagonist that she's supposed to be in the sacred timeline. I think that that's why she's a variant. She identified with the good, which is interesting because then she becomes pretty mischievous from the way that they rip her out of her life and all that. Her entry into the TVA then completely reflects Loki's journey. She's taken to the guy's desk with a stack of papers. Is this everything you ever said? She's gone. She goes through the robot detector. She's in front of the judge. And while she's in front of the judge, she bites Renslayer's hand, which there's like even a funny sound effect of like, you know, like how they do in TV. You punch somebody and you hear the sounds that do not happen in real life, but you really hear the bone crunching bite down, which is kind of interesting with the wolf being with her in the previous scene. But she steals the tempad and she gets away. And then we find out that it's Renslayer having this memory, and she's in the elevator on her way to go see the sacred timekeepers. And in this shot, you see that she's under the crown. They line her up with this chandelier that looks like a crown a couple of times, very clearly. So the crown chakra is fascinating in the biofield. You know, I like to bring things back to the biofield anatomy. The crown actually sounds a lot like Kron, as in Kronos. And the topmost level of your biofield is where your relationship to time sits. Actually, just a couple of sessions in the last week have had a lot of heavy duty crown chakra stuff to deal with. And, you know, the further up the biofield you go, like the higher chakras, the more mental ones, the more customized people's imbalances become, the less defined as like a cut and dry, same every time thing from person to person. Like at the root chakra level, that stuff is very similar from person to person. When it almost always means the same thing or very close to the same thing. But in the crown chakra, our relationship to time, that can have a lot of uniqueness. And in particular, this, besides our relationship to time, like feeling like time is running out or our time is always owed to other people, or we don't have time to take care of ourselves. Things like that can be in there. There's also this master and slave situation that goes on where, depending on the imbalance, you either see yourself as a slave or a victim to others, or you see yourself as a master over others. But the thing about the master slave dynamic is that you're actually both. If you're one, then you're both. The victim becomes the perpetrator, and the master of slaves always has some master above them. And like in a biblical or religious sense, it's supposed to be the order of like the children are under the mother, and the mother is under the husband, and the husband is under God, that type of thing. And in the modern sense, our God has been replaced by government for a lot of people. And that's kind of the God of this TVA, is the government, right? And she's also the crown of the TVA. She's like the top brass of the TVA, the Time Variance Authority. So anyway, she's on her way to see her masters, even though she's the master of everybody else here. She's the only one that's allowed to see them or talk to them, the timekeepers. So I thought it very appropriate that she's standing under this crown and she's going to see her masters, who are the masters of time. I feel like you're ready to jump in.
Yeah, buddy. This strange chandelier light that they've used in the in this elevator, it catches my eye, and it resonates very closely with the same light fixture that they had in, I think, the last episode, when they were in the bar, when she decides not to drink and he takes her champagne and he's drinking her champagne and showing off the fireworks. In that scene, there's a lamp in the bar, above the bar, and it's very, very similar to this lamp that they've chosen here. And you know, Chance, can you pull up from our Telegram the graphic that I sent you, I think yesterday, that has the Wizard of Oz? Because this is kind of one of those late onset epiphanies from the episode where they're sitting in the bar. We decided, if anybody didn't see it, that the interior design of that bar looks very much like the skin of a pineapple. The pineapple is the sign, the universal sign of swingers. The sword that she uses, that has the writing on the green bladed sword, is the Ace of Swords from the Thoth deck, which is depicted inside of a pineapple shape. And so here they are in this bar. It's not necessarily a swingers bar, but they are trying to stir up the chemistry of the two characters. But isn't it fascinating how much it looks like a pineapple? You know, the texture of the wall just looks like a pineapple. And then that light, the lamp above them, looks just like the lamp, to me, that's going to be in the elevator in a little bit. And this all comes together at the end of the arc of this episode, when that sword, the Ace of Swords from the adjustment card, is going to come out of that elevator where this lamp is in the elevator, and it's going to be thrown to one of the characters to save the day. So this sword is indelibly infused with the pineapple and that golden lamp up above. But then again, now look at the curtain being pulled back on the Wizard of Oz from our previous generation, and you know, from our parents and from our childhood, and now this is for the next generation. Look at the texture of the wall of the booth, bootes, the booth, the hiding place, the dark void that the mastermind is hiding inside of. The texture of the booth is the texture of the pineapple. And then look at the two diamonds that are framing the head of the two Lokis, the two purple diamonds, and look how much they fit onto these obscure diamond nebulous shapes in the Wizard of Oz with the moment of revelation happens. You can almost and then look at the lamp.
Oh, and we're about to see that diamond shape
and
again. We're
correspond
about to get another hint at what it was referring to last episode.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. So I'm going to say this is the great diamond asterism, which is very close to Libra. But I just want to keep in mind that it also has to do with Buothes, revelation, things that are hidden. Yeah, and a big alchemical reveal too. Look how it looks like a chemistry set. You know, he's got it's almost like that mechanism again that they put in place to dissolve the timeline. There's a pump, you know, there's some sort of pressurized pump apparatus inside of his booth. So I just wanted to put that on in people's mind that they are literally seeding scenes from the what was that, the 30s, 1932?
Long time ago.
Yeah, long time ago. So they're actually taking the texture from Wizard of Oz, they're seeding it into the texture of this story, and at the end of this episode, we have a huge Wizard of Oz moment where it's just blatantly Wizard of Oz revisited. So yeah, I just wanted to share that because of that golden lantern or light fixture on the elevator. It's just calling out with like so much consistency. I just had to share that the Thoth deck Ace of Swords is totally the female Loki's sword, which literally has writing on it. But here, at the end of the episode, that sword comes out of that elevator, and the elevator has the ring that corresponds to the pineapple that is on the Ace of Swords card.
So many connections, man. I actually didn't even know about the diamond asterism in Virgo, but hey, is that why you give the virgin a diamond ring when you want to marry her? You wait for marriage. That's pretty cool.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And I was thinking about this today. Think about how much the word ring finger, or hold on. No, okay, just how much the word girlfriend and ring finger they're almost anagrams. There's something about the girlfriend and ring finger that they're almost the same word. I haven't written it down. I was just on my walk when I was thinking about that. But yeah, like girlfriend and ring finger have a lot of very common mouth noises.
Yeah, this is how your brain works. But you're totally right. It's like you just shuffle up the phonetic sounds in ring finger and girlfriend, and it's practically the same. Maybe we're missing need one extra G, but it's close. Also, when I was looking at my planisphere, I realized, of course, the Lupus constellation is between Virgo and Libra, and she's got that wolf toy with her setup of toys. And last episode was all about the transition from Virgo to Libra in the judgment moment.
Right. And she goes into exile. She becomes a caput gerit lupinum is the civil decree, means let them wear the wolf's head. So she puts herself in exile when she snatches the time pad and goes running away. She becomes the wolf, the outcast. Totally.
Oh, yeah. She's like one of the priests of Soranus. Speaking of which
kind of makes her. That kind of makes her. That almost makes her Hitler. That kind of makes her Hitler. Hitler's the name Adolf means head wolf or noble wolf, and whether he knew that or not doesn't matter. He also was hypnotized after World War I, and maybe that name head wolf went to his head. He did name his command center the Wolf's Lair.
Well, the priests of Soranus, we talked about them I think I talked about them with Mario when we were talking psychopomp deities. Soranus or Kala was the Etruscan underworld god, like the Hades character, and was a wolf actually, which makes sense in the Sky Clock. I don't think we mentioned it in the episode, but when you're going through the gates of hell or into the underworld or the winter half of the zodiac, you got to go right past the Lupus constellation. Totally. And of course, there's all the Hades figures with guard dogs, three-headed dogs like Cerberus. Yama's got one, the Hindu Hades. But check this out. Just this conversation about the wolf head made me remember this bizarre, allegedly 3rd century Roman relief. Check this out. Look at all the symbols here. You have the clamshell, which we know is the fan of Bacchus as well, shown with the Medusa character, mystic fan of Venus or Bacchus. The wolf-headed, axe-wielding, got a caduceus as well, got sheafs of wheat, all of that. And it's a giant. There's a little guy next to him and got snakes for legs. Like, this is completely... I've yet to come across any kind of like mainstream explanation for what the hell this is supposed to be.
Yeah.
But it's a crazy hodgepodge of a lot of stuff that we like to talk about. And in terms of the wolf's head in exile, the priests of Soranus they would wear wolf skins, and their entire... It's kind of like Surtur as well. It's the fire god, Hades, underworld, the bringer of the end times, Ragnarok, all that. But the priests of that god, their whole thing was that they would survive by robbery, basically. They would just jump you like a wolf pack does out in the woods. And they lived out in nature, lived wild, and their way of subsisting was strictly through robbery. They wore wolf clothes. So that's possibly related to the origins of like the wolf head in the exile in symbolism. But yeah, this is a crazy hodgepodge image right here that came to mind.
I'm seeing a totally Virgo into Libra, because the Hydra constellation will be the serpent, the Lupus will be the wolf, but also Canis Venatici. There's the 2 dogs that are leashed. They're the 2 dogs that are domesticated in the fall, which says a whole lot. Also, they're holding a sheaf of wheat, so that's the Virgo, right? Harvest, right? But then the implement, the adds tool or whatever, that right angle, that's going to be Coma Berenices, I'm pretty sure, is like the predominant, the right angle implement in Virgo, right under Canis Venatici. That's totally Coma Berenices on the left side there.
I think Dylan's right. Anubis, which is Hermes Anubis. Abraxas with the snakes for legs. Jesus, Odin, Yao, all the same guy. They're all the same guy.
But I want to put this on the list. I think we should, like you're saying, that fan, the shell is the fan, right? I think
which is for purifying the wheat, which he's holding.
Oh, damn. I love it. Separating the wheat from the chaff. So you need the wind, which is, we're going into the fall, right? We're going from Virgo into Libra is going from the summer into the fall. So we're going into the air element. So that would crown the head, because the dominion of the fall is air element oriented. But I want to say this about the fan. I think we should also think about vanity. Vanity is the symbol of Venus on the half shell. And so the van should also be the fan.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of like, I'm so hot. I'm so hot. Somebody give me a fan. I'm so damn hot. Oh, I'm so hot. And even dogs pant, right? Dogs are, so, so there's something about that, which is hilarious. This is like the universal joke. I know this is getting off all over the place, but this is really funny. Turns out they've done a lot of studies, and dogs their panting response. When my dog is really good when he sees another dog on the street, he gets all riled up, but he generally behaves. He like dances a lot, pulls on the leash, but he isn't psycho. And I can get him to sit when there's another dog. I can get him to lay down when there's another dog. He's really obedient. But the one thing I can't get him to do is to stop panting. And I mean, it's not, I don't care that he's panting, but it's like this thing, it's uncontrollable for him. As soon as he sees another dog, the first thing, and I realize this study has proven that panting for dogs is a invitation to play. And this is where humans speak the exact same language as dogs. Because what do we say when we want to play? When we're feeling playful, we say, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, you got me. And when we're playing, we might breathe hard.
Yes. And so the reason this is fascinating me is because number 4 on the Enneagram is envy, Leviathan. It was Aristophanes in the Symposium, and Muse is the muse of comedy, and her song is ha 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 ha. And so the vanity of the dog who is panting has consistency with the muse, Thalia, who is the muse of comedy, number 4 in the Enneagram in the Symposium. All right. Big side weave.
Yeah, there's some we're all over the place in a fun way. Better get back to it though. Okay, so back to the story continues. And we see Renslayer. She gets out of the elevator with her crown and her crown chakra lit up in the Kronos. And then you see dun dun dun, the shadowy 3 figures, the timekeepers. And there's this symbol behind them. And we gotta break down that symbol that's behind them. First thing to point out is that this quite reminiscent of the angles and shapes of the Masonic compass, and these 3 are they're the goat, the grand ordering architects of the universe, greatest of all time. They're the devil. They're the artificer, the demiurge figures. They're creating the sacred timeline and maintaining it. But I don't think that it's really meant to be a compass and square. I think maybe that's part of it. Who knows? But I think we should go more of the runes route. Apparently, I haven't watched it, but apparently runes have been brought up pretty strong in the WandaVision TV show, which makes me think, okay, they're keen on runes. And we know Loki's a Norse god, so runes are probably in the mix. If you remember, the previous episode was the second episode, episode 2, was all about C20, XX. We were seeing 20 everywhere. We were seeing XX everywhere. So the Ingwaz rune can be created either the way you see on the left here or on the right. Both are valid. So I'm saying that it's probably that diamond shape that we've been seeing everywhere, Ingwaz, and that's what's in behind them. And then there's potentially a second rune in the mix, which we'll cover next, that represents the left and right side. So Ingwaz is a symbol of potential and growth. More importantly, there's like gestation, like birth or pre-birth in a sense. But more importantly, it represents the cyclical nature of existence, which is perfect for the timekeepers who know the whole timeline beginning and end. In divination, it represents the whole potential growth or gestation, the phase of preparation or development with the promise of future growth and achievement. It's kind of like a seed as well. There's the phonetic that goes with Ingwaz is ing, like ing. And in English, when you put ing on something at the end of something, it refers to action. It's happening. Also, Ayin is very important, which we'll talk about more, but the Hebrew letter Ayin, the silent vowel of the Hebrew alphabet, it represents being and nothingness, everything and nothing, the void that is everything, the pleroma. And I think maybe it's a stretch, but I think ing and ayin, ayin, I think that there's possibly kind of a connection there. Somebody with a certain way of speaking might say ayin more like ing, depending on their accent and dialect and all that. Then the other rune that I think is part of this, most important though, is the whole cyclical nature of time. Just want that to stand out. XX. The other runes that I think are in here though is the Kenaz rune, which interestingly they say is the Loki rune in rune masters. I'm not very adept at runes personally, but it represents, Kenaz represents knowledge, learning, and transformation. Also, it represents a torch, which is a symbol of illumination and the understanding associated with it. Kenaz is the rune. I believe Kenaz. No, it's Dag. Okay, I'm mixing that up with Dagas. Anyway, Kenaz has signifies a period of learning, understanding, and gaining new insights. The knowledge is power rune is another way of putting at it. So the fact that it's associated with Loki is kind of fascinating because Logi, Logi, and we know G and C or G and K are philologically swappable, or log to the ancient Druids was a word referring to the top god, the top god of all the gods, Acer or Icer. And it's a flame. It's the sacred flame that they kept going in their temple. So it's like the log that keeps the flame going. You got to keep throwing logs on the fire. And we've been saying this whole time, Loki is the Logos character of this show. And the rune associated with Loki is the one associated with the torch and fire. So I feel like that's a huge supporting connection to the whole weave. And then they're putting this rune, not just one, they're putting two that are mirrors of each other. They got it reversed, representing the two Lokis that are part of this entire show. So that's fun. And then since we're on the topic of runes, I noticed people in the chat were pointing out this symbol behind Renslayer. That looks a lot like an hourglass, of course, symbolizing time, but it also looks like the Dagaz rune, which means day, referring to, day is consciousness and illumination. It's also new dawn or new beginning, enlightenment, awakening. The reason it's enlightenment is because light is knowledge. Once darkness, which is ignorance, is dispelled by light, then you know everything. So it makes perfect sense that Dagaz would be the symbol of the TVA because they know all of existence, aka enlightenment. Also, you got to point out that what's Loki's main weapon? Daggers. He's using daggers.
Nice.
Right.
Nice. So one thing that comes to my mind is this the symbol of the widow. The Black Widow has this, hourglass shape. And of course, obviously, these are timekeepers. But one thing to think about is that some of these hourglasses are sideways. An hourglass only works when it's upright. But some of these hourglass symbols are sideways, which is to say that they're transgressing against time or going lateral thinking, so to say.
Or they're turning the hourglass over and over and causing the repeating cycle.
Perpetual, yeah, that it's perpetuating, totally. But I gotta to just kind of take this a little bit into the Slick project, and then back again. The adjustment card in my read of it relates to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who was called the moral tarantula by Friedrich Nietzsche. And so when I take the adjustment card and I put it up to the face of a tarantula with those weird eyeballs, it very much corresponds with the tarantula. In Jean-Jacques Rousseau, his opening line to one of his books was, man is born free, but everywhere he goes, he is in chains. Yet those who would presume to be the masters of others are, in fact, more so slaves themselves. All of that about the adjustment card and social justice is very apropos for the TVA to be rocking that symbol, because we see them very correspondent to social justice warriors more so than actual, justice of the peace, so to say.
Like revisionist history, like Cleopatra being a black lady in the Netflix show.
Right. And another thing about this symbol, no, not this symbol, the other one, the one that the three thrones are sitting on, which is, I like how you pointed out that's the Loki rune, and you say that's relates to fire. You said the Loki rune relates to
like a
fire.
torch.
Okay, can you go back? Can you go back to that one where okay. This is wild. This is really wild. So the first thing I thought of when I see a greater than and a less than is equity. Greater than, less than, or equal to. And so these two symbols right away brought into my mind the concept of equity, which these guys are presuming to be a tribunal, a court to judge others. But I just find it really fascinating that they're in the position that invokes the concept of equity, and I see the word equity as extremely triggering for many generations, going all the way back to the rules of equity that were challenged by Voltaire when the Lisbon disaster kicked off. And there are a great many triggers that come from the Lisbon disaster that we still echo today, but equity has been developed. It's been, I think, fostered into a trigger word. And not only is it symbolic of equity and judgment in general, even the word judgment has a bunch of baggage nowadays. It's crazy how much comes on with all these words that we avoid them. But not only is equity a trigger, do you remember when the Hawaiian fires kicked off? The fires in Hawaii, they got a public official to come on and broadcast some malarkey word salad about the water in Hawaii has equity. And because the water of Hawaii has equity, they couldn't use the water to put out the fires. And the guy who came on and said, yeah, sorry, guys, we were giving equity to the water, he was a scapegoat. They set him on fire and sent him downstream when, in fact, he was working very hard to make everything right in Hawaii. And they tricked him into saying the word equity, and all public opinion set him ablaze. They sacrificed that motherfucker because he used the word equity. But the truth of the matter is, in hindsight, that's the motherfucker we need back in place to talk to about what was going on. And we set him on fire when he used that one fucking word, equity. And so I just want everybody to see what a powerful trigger this symbol was, is, will be in the future. And the fact that it's T-Mobile pink, generation 5 generation warfare, pink, magenta rhymes with placenta. Yep, buddy. And then one more thing to to throw all the things on the table at once. The three thrones are the Hornavian groups of the Enneagram. Thrones, Ophanum. The word, the Hornavian group, is an anagram for throne, Ophanum. And these three kings are sitting in three thrones that are indicating the three Hornavian groups, the three divisional trines of the Enneagram. And systematically, I've already worked all this out, and here is some artistic rendition of the map that I do in my project. And no shit chance, one of my division lines is represented by Friedrich Nietzsche. His entire spirit is alive and well on one of the thrones of the Enneagram. He's on the 1, 2, and the 6 trine. And sure enough, one of these judges is rocking the walrus mustache. I think making fun of Friedrich Nietzsche, who destroyed the social contract that we're now working so hard to rebuild in some way, shape, or form for future generations. Yeah, this was a fun one for me because, yeah,
too
the
much
thrones
there.
or the Ophanum. Oh, it's so wild. It's so wild. So yeah, when I saw these 3 archons in place, I totally see the archons. I see archons, and the power is within each of us. No fucking automatons. That's for sure.
Well, it's very cool that you mention Ophanum or Ophanum, because the way they're depicted, you know, if you've probably seen like the biblically accurate angels or whatever thing that went around. Let me show this. A big eye with wheels. Sometimes there are wings coming off of the wheels. And that's the Ayin. That's the watcher. You know, Ayin is watcher, essentially the Hebrew letter. And that's the letter that's on the devil card. We'll get there. We're almost to that point where we're going to break down the devil cards as they're important to this episode. But all the stuff that you just got into, it's too much for me right now. We got to just press on. Not in a bad way. I mean, just too much for me to comment on all of it. We'll just keep going with the plot. She comes back from the timekeepers. She sees Mobius. She tells him the timekeepers are all that stand between us and full-scale calamity. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're getting a lot in the chat about the runes up here being possibly Othala. And that's the O rune, and Ayin is O. So there could be something there for sure. Without giving too much away, Othala has to do with inheritance, right? And it's like, mystically speaking, it's the gift of Ing. It's what Ingwaz bestows is Othala, in a sense. And in a way, Loki is kind of set up to inherit the TVA. So there could be something there with Othala for sure. So Mobius is like, I need access to Hunter C20. I need to C20. I need the Ingwaz. I need to know the whole cycle. I need to know how this all began. And Renslayer is like, no, you can't. But he mentions how when they found C20 after she'd been enchanted by Sylvie, she kept saying, it's real, it's real, it's real. She's saying Israel, Israel, Israel over and over again. Also referring to this, she's kind of caught in a loop, right? So referring to that cyclical nature of existence that Ingwaz refers to, which is C20. It's XX, she's 20. In Eusebius, the church father, the father of ecclesiastical history from the Roman Catholic Church, Eusebius says that Saturn is the name of Israel, whom the Phoenicians called the star of the same name. So Israel, it's real, is Kronos, Saturn, time. So she kept saying, it's real, it's real, it's real. She had seen the beginning. She'd seen her beginning. What's funny is she even says later in the episode, I know that bar is real. I've been to that bar before. The bar that she was at with Sylvie in her mindscape. Well, bar is a Hebrew name, I believe, for Saturn. Kronos is also called bar. And that's funny. Just a funny, extra weave to throw on top. But let's get into the devil card here. We've mentioned already that Israel is Kronos lots of times, but that's, keep that in your pocket forevermore. Don't forget. especially with things calling themselves Israel in the modern world, and they're servants of Saturn, time, the devil, as Jesus said, ye are of your father the devil, to a certain tribe. So on the devil card, there's so much going on. I'll probably kick it over to Gabe to do a lot of breakdowns on it, but because I know you've especially thought about the Thoth devil card more than me, but I will point out this letter down here that's on the Thoth card. That's the IN, which, as Dylan pointed out, is O. So it's like the circle. It's the O, but it starts with an A. It's kind of like an alpha and omega in itself. IN is a silent letter. It means both I and spring, like the spring from which tears come forth. That is the I. The I is a spring. Waters gush forth from it, right? Keep that in mind, the I and the spring meaning, because there's going to be connections to that later in context of the number 70, which is what IN equals in Hebrew numerology. It's 70. 70 is the number of the Septuagint, which is the Greek Old Testament, and it's the Old Testament in Greek anyway. It's the 70 fathers or priests or whatever as a council. There's a word that means council that equals 70 in Hebrew that we're going to cover later. There's also the precession of the equinoxes, the larger cycle of time, the circle that is IN. That's about 72 years. But one thing about the priesthood is they really enjoy rounding. So when we see 70, we're thinking of that 72 degree or 72 year 1 degree shift in the sky clock that we call precession. So also there's the fact that as a spring, IN, that Kronos or time is the spring which life comes from, which is way more evident in the Thoth tarot, where you see a lot of, you see the phallus here, you see the testicles, you see multiple phallic symbols, you see ovaries. You kind of see like a merging of the male and female generative principle into one symbolic tapestry, if that's how I would describe it. And there's even like, unmanifest life, like these ghosts or spirits that are in the genitals. And on the Rider Waite devil card, you see the Adam and Eve figure, and they're naked. It implies the friskiness, the horniness. The devil's got horns, they're horny, all of that. But there's also the scapegoat that is associated with the devil being the scapegoat to blame your problems on. And the scapegoat in this episode tends to be Loki. But there's also, the pan symbolism that come along with the scapegoat. I'm going to kick it over to you.
Yeah, buddy. There is so much going on, isn't there? So one thought about the ion is it is, of course, the 7, and it's on card number 15 becomes the 6. So here we have the 6 and the 7. Going back to that, the title of this one being next to 7. But one discovery I've made with this devil card on the Thoth deck is that when you flip it upside down, it's actually a mosquito. It's a brilliant mosquito. I'm constantly like shocked at how well it depicts a mosquito, because those spiral. So this goat is it's called a Yule. No, excuse me, a Yale goat. It's actually named the Yale goat, and those weird horns that it has that spiral out. When you flip the card, those horns become like the whisker proboscis of a mosquito, and then the mosquito's nose is penetrating through the tissue, through the skin, off, literally going off the card. So it's like penetrating out of this realm and into another realm. That the nose of the mosquito is going off the the index, but mosquitoes are very well known for causing yellow fever because of the liver shuts down, and so it causes jaundice, and the eyes become yellow. And look at the eyes of this mosquito; they're completely yellow. Um, so I see this card having a lot of pestilence instilled into its essence, and that is really fascinating to me because Apollo is number 6 personality type, and he's attributed for bringing pestilence wherever it's one of his abilities is to strike from afar and to get people sick and they don't know how or why. Well, maybe it's because you got this mosquito might have slipped something in your that you didn't realize. So yeah, that's just something that I've learned about this card. But I call this the 15 man nut cities because it's card number 15. Personality type number 6 is a loyalist, and they love to be around people that agree with each other. And I find this fascinating chance. Seis, right? Number 6 in Latin is seis. Well, 6 personality types, they love to say yes. They love to say yes. And so I wonder about the seis.
Not to mention 6 is sex and hex too.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of sexy hexiness around this number 6. Even the word 6 is basically the word sex, so the poles and the holes are totally implicit. But I like the fact that the artist didn't miss the opportunity to take it beyond what is sexual, to take it into the animalistic, to the truly bestial into the insect kingdom. I think the insects get forgotten in totem magics. So that's why I like this devil card, is because it includes the insect kingdom as well. And then on the Rider-Waite tarot devil card, there's so much going on, but the cube, the chain, the slavery, the fixation, and another thing that
The
is really
Baphomet
fascinating
of it all.
The Baphomet of it, yep. But one thing I've learned is that there are a great many plants in this world and animals, species. It's kind of a element of social Darwinism, is that generally the females get all the blessings. Like as a ganja farmer, you want only women in your garden. You don't want any masculine in your garden. And so the masculine genetics actually become a liability in agriculture and in animal domestic animals. And it's really hard to integrate that into your worldview. And this is the foundation. This is the cornerstone of social Darwinism. And that is the fact that you don't really need a bunch of dudes unless you're going to have them moving your pyramids around for you. So it's actually beneficial for you to castrate or circumcise or neuter the males in your population, and then make the females feel like they got all the treasure in their life and that they're the super high, mighty, privileged, blessed ones, which they kind of are. They kind of are, but it can get out of hand. It can go a little too far. And so that is another aspect of this. And this is why it is the opposite, or the not really the opposite, but it is a mirror of the Lover's card, because in the Devil's card they're separated. The dude is getting the short end of the stick.
And
She's
they're
getting
both
all the
sixes
treasures and
because
the gifts.
the Lover's card is 6 and 15 reduces to a 6.
Right. So one card is like them seeing eye to eye, coming together with the Lover's card, but the Devil's card I see is more accentuating their differences, where it's like, oh no, it's not everything is equal. In fact, you could say that reality is sexist. Reality is bias. All right, rant done.
I'm just amazed that you made that connection of the mosquito, because in the chat then they're pointing out how B. Hoff points out Loki transformed into a fly in multiple myths, which is true. And the Latin word for the fly is musca, which is a constellation in the same area of the sky clock as all this other stuff we've been talking about. It's like right there in between Lupus and Antlia. You know, it's like on the
Yes.
near the crux constellation. So the fly is in that same stellar
Well,
tableau, interestingly enough. And not to mention
yes.
that
Oh,
Muska is Moshe
oh,
philologically, the word for Moses or initiate or savior. So much going on. Chad is
nice.
crushing tonight.
So much. So much. Okay. I'm so glad we went here because B15 is the character who has something bugging her. She is the one that we have seen the most evidence that there's something bugging her. And so this is her Jiminy Cricket. This is her good conscience. There's a buzz in the back of her mind that she can't get this thing to shut the fuck up. And strangely enough, there's actually in the setting, the way that the director has set up the film, there's a specific type of specific location in the hallway of the TVA that they are always having moments of like candid revelation or genuine reflection or maybe a little bit of betrayal where like the truth slips through the cracks, and it's always the same flavor of information exchange right outside of the courtroom. The courtroom, it says theater 47. It's that little intersection of the TVA hallway where they're constantly giving these little revelations of actual genuine truth. In B15, her name is 15. Her name is Devil Card. And she has a bug in the back of her mind bothering her constantly. That later on she's going to find out she was right all along. That her suspicions were actually confirmed. And she learns that in the exact location in the hallway where these glimmers of truth keep coming through.
Good stuff. Okay, so what we want to hold on to going forward from here is the IN, the I, the spring, and the number 70. I think those are the important things to hold on to from the devil card, apart from everything. Everything's important about the devil card for this conversation. But yeah, you pointed out the lovers being a mirror to the devil card. And the next thing we see in the show is the two lovers, if you will, or they're not lovers yet, but they're about to have their first inguas of a spark between them romantically, of Eros. And they sit down on two rocks or two boulders, which to me is calling forth that thing I mentioned about the Mesopotamian concept of Gemini being twin mountains. And in this scene, Loki apologizes to her. That's the first thing that is said in the dialogue. So he's willing to take the blame for their predicament of being trapped on this world that's about to end. He's the scapegoat. And then she says, the universe wants to break free, so it manifests chaos. She's talking about herself as a variant in the goddess of mischief. So here's a depiction of chaos, the primordial chaos. Looks exactly like the ophonym that you brought up in terms of description. It's the IN, it's the silent watcher. The myth of chaos is, the Greek origin story, which, by the way, the Big Bang is just a rehashing of mythology. It's not science, it's a mythology. In the beginning, there was only chaos, the gaping emptiness. In the Norse, that's called Gununga Gap. Then, either all by themselves or out of the formless void, sprang forth three primordial deities: Gaia, Earth; Tartarus, the underworld; and Eros, love. Once love was there, Gaia and chaos were able to create and shape everything known and unknown in the universe. And Irenaeus, the church father Irenaeus, says, Cupid, father of light and the gods, emanated from chaos and night. That's basically like a Lucifer archetype, Cupid. That's Eros. It's the cherubim. It's the baby with the bow and arrows. You get struck heart with the arrows through it is the symbol for being love struck or lovesick. And she tells her story of how she grew up at the end of 1,000 worlds. Really, the end of the world is night. So in a sense, the night is another symbolic thing for chaos, basically, because in the nighttime it's dark, everything's unknown, you don't know what's out there. It's basically chaos. Anything could come out of the darkness and just jump you, and that's the idea of chaos as well. So she's born out of night or chaos, and she's the Eros character. I think we need to consider here the story of Narcissus. And I thought about reading the myth of Narcissus in full from Ovid. That might be what do you think? Does that sound fun? It seems like it might be a little time consuming.
It's time consuming, but it's worth it. I went there recently, and one thing I'll just share this.
I think we can just recap it. That'll be okay.
Yeah. I love pointing out how, okay, I think one element that everybody missed about Narcissus' story is in the, hold on, how do I say this? Okay. All right. Something about the Narcissus, I've actually studied it pretty thoroughly. I have a book on Narcissus that I read many years ago. But one thing that I think people could learn if they want to follow in my footsteps about Narcissus is he had a story that originally was actually really complementary to his character. And over time, the people who want to tell the story have diminished Narcissus, but I think it says more about the people telling the story than it tells about the story itself. And that fact that they have amputated from his original iterations is that Narcissus just lost his twin sister. Nobody tells that part of the story. And if you don't know that his twin sister is dead, then he comes off as a selfish prick. And if he's just a selfish prick, then the story has more staying power. It actually gives more shelf life to the story of Narcissus. But in his original incarnations, he's just lost his twin sister. And so his fixation on his own image is actually mourning and loss for his own likeness, which makes this scene even more accurate to the Narcissus story than what we already thought with what we had left over from what they've amputated from its original incarnation. Because this is much like his own sister, and he's looking at his own likeness and the similarities and the differences. And then, so Narcissus, another part of the story some people don't get is he has a stalker in the woods. And while he's looking at while he's looking at his sister, who he thinks is his sister, and he can't understand why she's not quite the same. Why is she slightly different now? His stalker is Echo. And Echo has been, she's very loquacious. She's gifted with gab. She was used as a patsy by Zeus. Zeus sent her in to distract Hera by talking with her gift. And she kept Hera busy so Zeus could gallivant. Hera finds out that she's being distracted by this nymph, and she curses the nymph so that Echo can now only repeat the second half of every sentence. And so that's her curse. She actually lost her gift of gab, and now she's only allowed to finish the second half of what people say back to them. And so Narcissus is looking at his own reflection, and he's actually trying to touch the reflection. And every time he touches it, it gets broken up with the ripples, with the emanating ripples from touching water. And then when he speaks to him, this reflection, it only says half of the words back to him. And it just so happens everything he says, the second half is like a snare that keeps him in a conversation with himself, because the second half always equates to a leading question to keep him in the loop. But what gets me about the story is how cunning the story is to have the visual effect of emanating ripples correlated to echo, because echo is actually emanating ripples repeating themselves over and over and over and over.
It's also
And
ego.
Narcissus
The word
is touching
echo
the
is
water.
ego.
Is also ego. Isn't that fascinating? It's such a great story, but I think it helps to bring some of the missing pieces to make sure the whole story is there to enjoy.
I actually didn't know about the twin sister part. That's huge. That's huge. That makes this, much more, fits better. I only know Ovid's Metamorphoses version, which leaves that out or something. But the echo part of the story, one of the things that is important symbolically is that at one point she does like jump out and throws her arms around his neck. And that's the point where he says, "Take your hands off me. You shall not fold your arms around me. Better death than such a one should ever caress me." And then all she can say is, "Caress me." So the echo part is huge. Especially interesting how when Narcissus meets his reflection in the pool of water, and you see behind them, there's a pool of water here. The location is a forest. It's a pool of water in a forest. And Sylvie means of the forest or of the woods. So they're implying that Narcissus connection in that way as well. And, there's even like an anagrammatical, with a little imagination, anagrammatically, you could make Loki into Echo as well. Maybe start it with an I instead of an E, but it's like, it's there, I think.
Yep, totally.
Another thing that's important about the myth of Narcissus is that the story is basically like the proving grounds or the test of the prophetic abilities of Tiresias, who was the guy who had been both a man and a woman and who was made blind. Remember, Justice is blind. He's been a man and a woman, and he got in trouble with Zeus and Hera especially with Hera for, since you've been a man and a woman, who enjoys sex more? Back to the lust element of the lovers and the devil card and the six and the sex and the hex. And he says, actually, women like sex more, for which he gets in tons of trouble with Hera. Tons of trouble. But the final part of the myth of Narcissus is that he dies in longing for his own reflection. Eventually he actually wastes away and dies. We'll just leave it at that, because obviously both characters are here alive in this part, but let's get through the whole episode and see if the myth of Narcissus comes, if Tiresias's prophecy about Narcissus, that he would die in the way that he dies, is coming true. And where's my slide? There we go. So this is kind of a hard slide to see, but we get a shot cut back to the TVA where they're magnifying the computer's detection threshold so they can hopefully find where these variants are. They're needing to find Sylvie and Loki. And Mobius says, with the magnification of our thresholds, we should be getting alarms if somebody steps on the wrong leaf. And that's just kind of like, ha ha ha, throwaway joke or throwaway statement. But it's not a throwaway statement. I'm going to return to that. Then we go back to this conversation with Sylvie and Loki. And there's this word that is he's trying to pump her up. He's trying to make her feel better, that her life wasn't terrible and a waste. And he says, you ran rings around them. And I believe this Hebrew word is, pretty sure this is like Samek, Vav, Bet, Bet. So like SVBB, something like that. Lots of ways Hebrew words can get turned into English and vowels added in, but it's a word that in the Old Testament Hebrew refers to a circle or a ring, a circumference of something, as in the rings of Saturn. And the rings are the wheels that the ayin is within. The ayin equaling 70, the Hebrew letter that's on the devil card. It's the first example of where that 70 is coming into play in the dialogue or in the plot. And then the TVA starts to notice the branch as they are holding hands and they're looking longingly at each other, and they're having the lovers moment where it's like, the two people running to each other in the field, and the music's like boom, 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 boom. That iconic thing. And this is the point where they notice that there's a huge branch appearing. Their computers go off. Like there's basically a vertical line going straight up on their screen. And Mobius says, that's definitely more than somebody stepping on the wrong leaf. And I want to point out that leaf, Lief, like the word belief or relief, it means love or affection. It's an old Germanic word and Old English. So basically the love of one's own reflection, or in a more incestual sense, your own twin sister, that's the wrong leaf, baby. It's the wrong love. And that's what causes a huge spike in their detection abilities, that they are able to notice where Loki and Sylvie are at. Also, the Hebrew phrase in the Old Testament, Adam ve Chavach, which is basically Adam and Eve, it means Adam and Eve. That phrase equals 70 as well. The lovers, essentially, the Hebrew lovers, Adam and Eve, is 70 in their gematria system. Not to mention, of course, they're having their falling in love moment with their own reflection, and there's a pool of water, very, very clearly present in the shot. No way you can miss it. Then they get abducted by the time cops. And, I did a couple slides like this where it's just like a comic booky action, like boom, 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 boom. So they're getting taken away. Lovers are separated. There's a lot of howling in this scene, yelling, if you will. Loki's yelling at Mobius, the TVA are lying to you. The yod lamed in Hebrew means to howl, almost like a lamentation type of howling, but also, the implication being a wolf howl too. And that equals 70. I think that's where we actually get our word yell, is from yod lamed, 70, howl. Oh, good point, Dylan. Life and loaf, like a loaf of bread. Leaf, loaf, life. The bread is life. Without Bacchus and Ceres, wine and bread, love grows cold. It's, I believe, an old Roman axiom or maxim.
That makes me think of bread and circus. And bread and circus, I mean, we know on the surface what that is, but it is also a breeding circus. And that is because the matrons would literally scout the gladiators for specimens. And so on the PG level, it's bread that you eat, and circus as entertainment, but it's also a breeding circuit that the highborns are they're screening for good genetics out of those gladiator classes. So there's literally breeding implicit to the bread. Which is the Wheel of Fortune card, which is Centaurus, which is going through the fall. The Gladiators Arena, the circle is the wheel, the wheel of the Wheel of Fortune, which is the maze that they have to fight their way
the,
out of.
the circle of IN and 70. Very much so. Then Loki gets dropped off in a bad memory. And I actually like this. It's sort of like hell for him. Hell is a time loop of bad memories. And this is the moment where in this scene, Sif comes up to him. She's holding some cut hair and she bitch slaps him. Very much reminds me of the point where the first episode where B-15 smacks him with the time stick and he's just like falling in slow motion and his lips are flapping. And then she says to him, actually over and over again, because he has to relive this moment repeatedly. She says, I hope you know you deserve to be alone and you always will be. Pretty harsh words. But, you know, this is a huge foreshadowing of how the series is going to end. We'll say that. And to add to that, I will point out that alone and all one are the same word. All one and alone. It's reference to the ein, which is basically like a variation of the in. Ein being the everything that's nothing, the pleromic void, right? That was part of what I was talking about as the Inges or Ingwaz rune, the being and nothingness, being and non-being, heaven and earth, everything and nothing. Is, you know, bring everything together with their opposite, and there's nothing left except Abraxas, according to Jung. Jung has this whole 7 Sermons to the Dead treatise or fiction that he wrote. Really cool, actually, where he talks about when everything is combined with its opposite in the pleroma, the only thing left is power or effectiveness. And that's what Abraxas is, just pure power or pure effectiveness. Because when you combine power with non-power or effectiveness with ineffectiveness, the ineffectiveness can't cancel out the effectiveness. So when what's left whenever you combine everything with its opposite, when you take the entirety of all reality as a whole, all that's left is that which makes things move, that which powers things, the life force, you know, the energy, the spark, that, you know, what causes the cause. Cause and non-cause can't cancel each other out, you know? So it's a very interesting philosophical text from Jung, the 7 Sermons to the Dead. And I have gotten tons over the years of just ruminating on that idea of the pleroma being everything and nothing. But what's left over when you put it all together is just the life force, is what I would call it. Which is why I say all the time, the part of the universe that is all one is the life force energy. Like your life force, my life force, the thing the spark that animates all our vessels and containers. It's why we can do stuff like biofield tuning from a distance, all because the cues I get from the thing that animates my body is the same thing that's animating your body. So no distance or time or separation has any bearing on the thing that is beyond all of that, or causes all of that to move. So when she says, I hope you know you deserve to be alone and you always will be, there's a lot of subtext in that. It's not just the spiteful, slighted woman and what she has to say. But my favorite part is that she's over and over hitting him in the nuts, which is totally a devil card thing since the nuts are on the devil card. I'm sure you got thoughts now.
Totally. Oh, man. Totally. Yeah, man.
Can you imagine, though, like every 45 seconds getting your nuts smashed by a knee?
God.
You'd have to be at least a
well,
demigod to be able to survive that.
It's funny you should say that, Chance. You know, I used to be a bullet man, a padded assailant. And so I've taken more shots to the nuts than anybody will ever meet, my friend. I mean, and I mean like running nut shots, shuffle front nut shots. Yeah, so I can imagine, actually, yes. um, uh, but you nailed it. You nailed it with the balls, the hit to the balls. I'm seeing also I'm seeing with her with uh, I think her name is Sif.
Yep, Lady
I'm
Sif.
seeing a lot
She's
of
like the
sport
Virgo of
ladies Sif.
the Norse mythology, or a Virgo figure, I should say.
Oh,
She's actually supposed to have golden hair. But I had a slide that got more into
interesting. What?
Sif later on, but we can talk about it now too.
Uh-huh. Well, in this scene, you're totally right because she's got the armor. She's like Athena, battle ready all the time, always with the armor. Totally a Virgo. But in this scene, I think she's playing out a Scorpio energy because her hair, the tip of her hair has been cut off. So that's kind of got that Scorpio aspect. She's been betrayed, right? I'm good, man. I'm good. I overdosed on that at an early age. Temperance is my motto now. That's how I get by. All right. The nut shot is totally Scorpio because of the Mithraic bull, the Mithra slaying the bull. And not only is she giving him because he betrayed her. So there's the betrayal of the Scorpio. She's hitting him in the nuts, but there's something else going on here. And this is the details. This is where, like, you and I are constantly saying, do they pay it this much attention, or are we projecting or giving too much credit? I don't know I don't know which it is, but they specifically, she puts her hands on his shoulders multiple times to administer the strike. In the Mithraic bowl uh, ritual, is mandatory that there's a shoulder element. And so the Mithra slaying the bull is being reenacted all the way down to the little details, including that she must grab him by the shoulders. That's part of the scapulomancy. The scapulomancy must be implied in the Mithraic ritual. So for her to grab the shoulders and strike him in the balls, all Mithraic. It's all completely Mithraic. And so Scorpio it's the royal star of the fall, and 180 degrees in the spring is the bull. So this is totally a Mithraic ritual. Also, the fact that she's on repeat. We're in a loop. It's going over and over. Well, there's our lupus, right? We're in a cycle.
That's also our echo. This is our echo from Narcissus, right? And remember, Echo, according to Ovid, the exact wording is Echo strives to wind her arms around his neck. And that's what she's doing. She keeps doing that. Wow. And she's on repeat. She's an Echo. Also, it's funny because his first thought when the experience begins to echo, when it begins to repeat, is that he tells her she's not real and she is a creation of the timekeepers meant to torment him specifically, and it's all about him, and he basically commands her to help him escape. So he responds to the echo with the most narcissistic, you're not even real thing you could ever say.
Right. And then she ends up still completing her phrase, but only saying the last end of it. You're going to be alone. She still completes the second half of her own line. She's totally Echo, dude. You nailed it. That's brilliant. That's so brilliant.
Right. The fact that this happens after the fact that this is even in this episode with the very overt myth of Narcissus symbolism, I'm like, yeah, this is almost the proving scene. The fact that this loops over and over. He actually gets thrown in here a second time after it gets out. And then one thing he says before he realizes that it's a loop, he says, after it happens the first time, he's like, well, right after this, I remember what happens. I had a glass of wine and I never thought about it again. So the Hebrew word for wine is yad yad nun, or yayin, which is equal to 70, actually. Wine is used to drown our memories. And forgetting our memories is actually what keeps us, forgetting our experiences is what keeps us chained to Kronos. If we forget the loop or the cycle that is the truth about time and existence, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. So there's something about there's something here about the circle and the I and the IN and the 70 and the wine. And of course, wine being a Bacchic symbol, or Noah is Bacchus, of course, and all the other gods pertaining to wine that are Bacchic, Noah, savior, mediator types. That goes on and on. That's another aspect of the echo. There's an echo. Mythology is an echo. This entire show is an echo of mythology. It's interesting to consider.
Totally. On our last episode last week, we were saying there was a distinct absence of Mobius, because the idea that they only pay for so many episodes per character. So certain episodes they got to focus on one character and the other character takes a back seat. Well, this is essentially Mobius coming back in on the scene, because he was so absent in the last one. He was so absent that I feel like it's not just finances that they are organizing so that one actor is written out. But I just think it's fascinating. We noticed a lack of Mobius, and on this episode, we're getting a lot of signs and symbols around the number 7 and 70, and we agreed that Mobius's personality is a 7, a strong number 7, an epicure or an enthusiast with a shadow of glutton, and Mobius is the only character who drinks, is regularly put in that office in a position to be like an epicure, to enjoy the finer things in life.
And he's always eating pie. He's always eating pie, and Mobius equals 22, and he's a 7 in the Enneagram, and 22 divided by 7 is 3.14, which is pi. His absence is suspicious.
Yeah,
and so here's actually the very next scene is what you're talking about, is him being in Renslayer's office, and she's offering him a drink. And back to the idea of IN, or 70, the silent watchers. She tells him the timekeepers are watching, Mobius. They're always watching. Work your Loki, work your Loki. He repeats that.
And then later on, she ends up accusing him of being around his Loki too much. So there's a lot of subtle gaslighting going on, that you have to really be a nerd and pay too much attention to the lines. But yeah, he walks out saying, work your Loki, work your Loki. And then later on, she's like, you've been hanging around Loki too much, buddy. What's your problem? And she's the one who told him to.
True. And there's a lot of back and forth with that. He had to kind of beg permission to get to, can I keep a pet Loki? Can I have one? Can I have one? Then after this scene, he goes and finds B15 because he wants to go see Sylvie. He wants to interrogate Sylvie. But B15's apparently got the permission slip to see Sylvie, and Mobius doesn't. So she's about to go into Time Theater 47, where Sylvie is at. Keep that 47 in mind, and we'll return to that because we'll see what it was referring to in a little bit. And here we get back to Loki. He's still in his time loop. He's still echoing the nut shot over and over again. At this point, he's on his hands and knees. Poor guy. You really start to feel for him, actually. This episode, I think, is the one where he really turns the corner from, evil to somewhat self-aware to starting to blur the lines. And then now, in episode 4, he's starting to identify as a totally different person. Although he's not quite there yet, but he says to her, I'm a horrible person. I get it. I really am. And this is him beginning to recapitulate and integrate his past, which is to heal. It's actually necessary for healing. If you want to change and become better, you have to recapitulate and integrate your past. You have to, they say that this is what happens after you die. You get the life review. And in the life review, supposedly you feel the pain. You feel maybe not just pain, but you feel all the feelings that you caused other people to feel. You yourself feel them. So there's an echo in the life review in many, many ways. There's an echo that goes on, especially though that you're feeling the ripples of other people, their egos and how they were feeling. Oh, Jen, nice one. Sylvie is in theater 47. She's Quick Sylvie. Remember, the atomic number for silver is 47. Ah, that's a great weave. Thank you, wife.
Hot fire.
I make her watch.
Good one.
I make Jen watch these with me at least one extra time so that I can bounce things off of her and then so that I can get her spontaneous great ideas. I try to remember to say whenever it was one of her ideas. I probably don't always give her credit, but just so you know, she's vitally important co-producer to this whole thing. So shout out beautiful wifey,
Big
Jenny
time.
G. But anyway, he's feeling the pain he caused for others for himself, or at least one other person. This is definitely another big foreshadowing of the final episode of season 2. The recapitulation, integration, time loop, repeating certain events, trying to get it right. Because he's trying to get it right. At this point, he's like, what can I say really quickly when you show up that will cause you to not punch me in the nuts? But once he, and you would find true remorse after being hit in the balls over and over again. Once he finds the true remorse, she does not smash his balls and punch him. But she still says, you're going to be alone. He admits he's going to be alone or whatever, which is his fear. He's afraid of being alone. And she's like, well, you will be. So the echo vocally still happens, but he doesn't get hit in the balls. And then, boom, Mobius comes through and frees him from the prison. So the moment that he fully finds true remorse and expresses the apology is when he gets freed from the prison. It's very symbolic of how we gotta understand how our trauma has affected our behavior is the way that we heal from trauma. Not just remembering it, not just knowing what happened or how it made us feel, but understanding how did it affect our behavior? Because that's what Loki does here. He realizes the reason I cut your hair is because I thought it would be funny, but really it's because I'm afraid of being alone. And yada, yada, yada. He figures out how his behavior was affected by his trauma. And his trauma is that he was left as a baby on a mountaintop. Very, very much like a Bacchus or Moses figure, or any superhero who's an orphan. He's adopted. So, of course, his chief trauma is afraid of being left alone because that's what happens to him as a baby. So that's not fully covered off or shown. You see that in like one of the Thor movies maybe, but that's important to understanding the character is that he has very deep-seated reason for his behavior. He just never really came to terms with how his, infancy trauma affected his behavior until this moment. And it's so this is a really important moment. He's freed from the prison or, he's freed from hell in a way. And after this, I think maybe he goes back in one more time, but pretty soon after this, he's kind of granted permission to be a good guy, which is the big shift in his character development that sort of makes the show as entertaining and interesting as it is, the mercurial transformation. Oh yeah. And
yeah,
he says, it's funny that Sif, her name is Sif, and hair both are the same value in gematria, But here's a little bit more about Sif. It's basically the Virgo to Libra moment in a sense. The myth of Loki steal or cuts Sif's hair off, and then Sif is Thor's wife. So of course he's like, I'm gonna kill you unless you fix her hair. And he goes to the dwarves, and the dwarves they spin new hair for Sif out of gold. So she's supposed to have golden hair, or at some point have golden hair, because she's Virgo. It's specifically like, here's an illustration of Sif holding her long golden hair while grain grows behind her, because it's Virgo symbolism. And the her hair getting cut, that's like the rays of the sun getting weaker as you pass from Virgo to Libra. The hair being symbolic of
Nice.
the sun's strength now being diminished. So yeah,
Yes.
Loki in the mythology goes and gets her new golden spun hair and a couple other gifts for the gods. And I think that's actually how Thor gets Mjolnir, believe it or not. I'm pretty sure that's that same myth cycle.
Yeah. And you know, the cut hair, as much as I was focusing on Scorpio, that will probably be Coma Berenices. Coma Berenices is a big clump of hair right there in Virgo. So again, corresponding to that Athena Virgin aspect. And another thing
Samson and
about
Delilah, yes, PK. Same part of the sky clock, different story, same pieces.
Yep. And there's and one, I think the most important piece is the part about losing strength, right? The cutting of the hair loses the length of the rays of the sun, the length of the day becomes shorter, the hair becomes shorter, the power goes away. All of that is totally an echo. It's the echo, really, that allows us to recognize it. But on this scene, I just wanted to point out how Mobius comes in from one direction the first time, and then the next time that he comes to save Loki out of this loop, he comes from the other direction. And I just think if there's one pattern that is so obnoxious that we've almost not said anything yet throughout the whole arch of the whole series, is how much time they are constantly walking in and out of portals. There's not a single scene in the entire Loki series that they're not going in or out of a portal one way or from one scene to the next. They're constantly going
whether
through
a portal or a door or an elevator, but it's all the same big rectangle.
Constantly, and it's happening so much that it's actually, I'm a little stunned that we haven't picked up on it already. But
well, I made an allusion to it at the beginning of this episode with the Gemini twins being the god of doorways and doors.
Yes.
In the Mesopotamian myth.
Yeah. But it's so glaring to me that now that I'm thinking about it, it'll almost be obnoxious. But then I want to mention, while we're on the Gemini, one aspect of Gemini is the bricks. Oftentimes they're embraced, the embrazos, the right to bear arms. All of these aspects of the bricks are intrinsic to Gemini. And in that loop, the whole scene is lined by bricks. There's very clear bricks in that scene.
This room in the TVA's Time Theater is all bricked up too.
Bricked out. Yep. Civic design.
Well, didn't you mention something in one of the previous episodes about checkers versus chess?
And you know what, Chance? If you pay close attention to the way they're saying it, they're actually like completely validating what my point that I was making. One guy is playing checkers, you and old Mobius playing chess. Well, the funny thing about it is that he's actually giving checkers the credit for being more tactical, more strategically advanced, because checkers, in its original rules, can compel you into movement. And that is to say that if somebody puts you in a position where you have the potential to jump, you are compelled to jump. You have to jump if you can. And that allows them to put you up, to set you up from multiple counterattacks. And so
Well,
our
that's
buddy
the
PK,
Mercury figure does that. The Mercury figure compels people to move in a checkers sense.
yes,
Like whether it's the ferryman,
yes,
Charon crossing over, taking things from one place to another, the messenger archetype, the doorway archetype of it, and the eros or erotic love, the spark,
right,
that compels people to move more than anything. So that's actually a
yes,
part of the character archetype, is that aspect of checkers you're talking about. So of course Loki is the guy playing checkers, and Mobius is thinking in chess rules. He's thinking of hierarchy. He's thinking of pawns and bishops and kings and
right,
queens, and he's following his king or his queen.
yes,
And Loki is free to, make any piece the coup de grace at any point and force them
yeah,
to move in ways that they weren't expecting.
yes, yes. And this is, there's so much more to this. So our buddy PK, he found a term called Zwingzwang, Zwing, swing, Zwang, Zwang. It's a German word, and it means compulsory. And it's exactly this kind of thing where if, like in checkers, when if you can jump, you are required to. You don't have it. You don't have the option to not attack when attack is put on offer. I believe that government works this way primarily. I think that this compulsory maneuver is the entire infrastructure of governance, and uh, more than what meets the eye. Obviously, filling out forms, automatic repeat, photocopy, facsimile technology is all intrinsic to what I'm saying. But I think, Chance, a lot of these hidden anagrams in our language, I think those are the real gears and the springs, the spring-loaded mechanisms that cause us to make choices and maybe tip us into mandatory decision making more than we thought. I think there are certain mechanisms hidden inside of our language that perpetuate the machine, that keep the mechanics going. Um, and that it kind of plays out at the end of this episode when the Wizard of Oz moment comes out.
Mm. I feel like, speaking of anagrams, I feel like inside of checker is echo. The sounds are in there. And
Nice, nice.
that's kind of what happens in checkers is one person jumps, they're compelled to jump, and then the other jumps that piece, and there's like this echo of murder, of checker piece murder. Yeah, you got to keep on your toes with the anagrams. And we'll keep going. So he's getting interrogated again. This whole scene is also an echo, and they acknowledge that, actually, that we've been here before. How many times are we going to do this? The old interrogation room. You're lying to me and I know it. That whole chest note. Also, he's like, so you said the TVA is lying to me, or is that just a cockroach's survival mechanism kicking in? I can't help but think with cockroach of the Spanish fly that came up in episode 1. And also I just think of La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha. You guys know that weird folk song, and that's the word for cockroach in Spanish. A cockroach. So what was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, Spanish fly. Then he lies to Loki. He plays his own trick on him, Echo again. And he tells Loki Sylvie's already been pruned. And I wanted to just point out all of this fun little numerical syncretism of, Mobius accuses Loki straight up of being the ultimate narcissist. He's like, you fell in love with yourself. Who does that? That's pure chaos. That could break reality. And chaos, time, life, leaf, archon, all equaling the same thing. But also, this is a moment where we're getting in the scene or the dialogue how chaos is the top god. Chaos is the god above God. It's the effectiveness. It's the thing that causes things to happen, right? It's the abraxas, in a sense. So the highest, or the Ein, is chaos, but also God is love. So out of chaos comes Eros, which we already established, and that's part of the Greek cosmogony. And I think what we're seeing here is how the nature of spirit, or the life force, is free will, which is in and of itself a type of chaos. So in the fractality of nature, chaos is what everything comes from, and chaos is free will, and free will is what makes us the image of the creator. It's the only way. It's the only way that it could work. It's necessary, which means his entire this is Mobius having the ultimate cognitive dissonance, because his entire existence that he's aware of up at this point has been believing in a deterministic universe. And he wants to trust Loki. He wants Loki to be his friend. He feels the energy of this character. He feels the goodness in him, the love in him, but it's too much of a conflict with his belief system of the deterministic nature of reality that he believes in, the Robert Sapolsky reality that he's trapped in with his archons that he, worships, his false archons. And yeah, what an incredible seismic narcissist.
Fucking Sapolsky.
I mean, they just come right up and say it in the episode that we're meant to be thinking of Narcissus.
Totally. And Chance, now that we got the echo theme in my head, I think that is that really is the gem of this episode, because before he came to interview Loki, Mobius was in the office. He was looking after C20. He's like, what was up with what happened to C20? Is she okay? He's worried about her well-being, and he gets lied to by his boss, and she lies to him about the whereabouts of a female who he's concerned about. And then Mobius takes that lie, and he goes and projects it onto Loki. And so now Loki is worried about a female. Is she okay? And then Mobius turns and lies to him, almost in an echo of his boss lying to Mobius, saying that C20 was she wasn't right in the head, and she got worse progressively over time. And then now here's Mobius telling Loki, "Oh, sorry, but your girlfriend, she took out two of ours, and then we pruned her. Now she's dead." So it's almost like he's lying to Loki in the same way that Mobius's boss lied to Mobius just minutes before. And then it's actually going to continue on when Mobius goes back to his boss again to see what's up with reality, who's lying to who. So this is like babushka dolls of lying, in like it's like everybody's lying to find out what the truth is, to see whose lie resonates with the truth the best. It's just strange. But the reason I'm saying,
and there's also like there's a psychological thing going on here where the person who's fully honest internally and in how they behave and act, they are able to see the lies that are out there in the external world. So Loki has become honest, and he sees the lies of the establishment and the hierarchy. Whereas Owen Wilson, he's lying to himself So to him, the person who is actually honest looks like a liar. So there's this inversion that goes on. You know, Loki, when he was a liar, he saw all the good people as bad, saw the good people as his enemies. You know what I mean? Like he was fighting the superheroes and all that in the previous movies. So that's part of the dynamic too, is that's part of the enantiodromia of it. the tendency of things to become their opposite. And once those things become their opposite, all of their counterparts in the world also shift at the same time. It's like the whole wheel is moving together.
Right. And Chance, I'm not sure. I haven't done the legwork to prove this out. It's a rough draft theory, but I'm going to say, just a rough draft, I think in almost 80% of the scenes so far, the entrance and the exit has been expressed as a coming in on a stage right, generally. The entrance flow has been from the right-hand side. In the exit,
Owen Wilson's left-handed, and you see it in this scene. It's evident.
He's left-handed. He's totally left-handed. They show it multiple times because he's signing off on his paperwork. So they show him flipping the pencil in his left hand multiple times. Well, when Owen Wilson has his change of heart, the moment he decides here in a couple minutes in the story, for the first time, he actually comes into Loki's loop from the left. And I think it's a rare event that somebody is entering the scene from the left-hand side. And he's had a change of heart. He's coming to Loki with a whole new attitude for the first time. And he's entering the scene from a whole new angle for the first time.
So the left is an anagram for felt.
80% of
he's felt something.
And he's having a heartfelt conversation with him now. I think there's something really big going on with them using the angles and the direction of people coming in and out of the scenery. And for the first time, I think Owen Wilson is going to express an entrance on stage left and have a heartfelt scene, and then then we know what happens after that. But I just wanted to put that on the radar because I think these echoes are happening in really fascinating ways, but then also we should pay attention to the blocking of the coming in and out of the scene.
Okay. A little harder to always demonstrate in a image-based thing, but I'm going to watch out for that as we progress through the series. That's a good thing to be cognizant of. It's part of the language of film and cinematography for sure. I've noticed, there is a shot where when B-15 and Mobius are having their moment in the hallway, both of them are shot from below, where the angle is looking up at them, which signifies that they're the ones who have the power right now. Although they're being tricked or lied to believe that they are not that powerful in this situation, that they got to just follow orders. But really, we see by the end of the episode that their actions prove that they were holding the cards. They were the ones that had the power in the dynamic and the situation that was at hand here. So you see that type of symbolism as well. If the camera's looking up from below at a character, you're meant to understand they're the powerful. And then, they're talking about Sylvie, and Mobius convinces Loki that Sylvie has been pruned to see how he reacts, right? That she's been killed. And he says, her name is Sylvie, not just the variant. And Mobius says, how do you spell that? Is that with an I-E or just an I? That's important, I think, because I-E is Yod-Hey. Yod-Hey, Ya or Ja, that's 15. That's 10 and 5. Yod is 10, Hey is 5. It's also Ya or Yod-Hey, that's basically the word referring to, I think I have it in my notes, but it's like a big word for God, obviously. Let me see what it said in this cool book that PK sent me. I'll look that up while you say what you were thinking.
That's so spot on that you caught this, because later on, he's talking to his boss again, and he actually uses Sylvie's name, and she's like, who are you talking to? Who are you talking about? And he's like, oh, that's what Loki said the variant's name was. And this is kind of pointing back to a weave that I mentioned on our earlier episode about how a lot of this reminds me of Pre-Crime in the Minority Report. Also, it is done in the theme of the ambiance of the whole series is done in the with the same ambiance as the movie Seven. But what gets me that we talked about is the procedure for an arrest involves a great deal of formality. It should have an immense amount of formality, and we have lost a lot of that formality that is designed to protect you. For one, they should know you by name. They should have a judge's warrant with 2 witness signatures. If they don't know you by name, if they can't identify you by name, do you want to recognize them at all? If they don't recognize you, if they have no proof that they know who you are you going to do the extra legwork to recognize them? Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should stay silent and move away. So the fact that they don't even identify their name is more erosion of this of the Overton window. And so kids are going to come along and watch this series and be like, oh, they just arrest anybody and they don't even know what their name is. That actually gets accentuated, blown up, and hyperbolically expanded as the series goes forward. Their arrest protocol gets worse and worse and worse. They just arrested a kid and they didn't even know the kid's name. They kidnapped a kid in the beginning. They didn't even say the kid's name. They just snatched up a child. So I just always catch on. It's my own bias, but yeah, I just always pick up when cops are doing it wrong.
Good stuff. The number 15 in Hebrew gematria, that's what I have here. First of all, there's the Yod-He, which means absolute life manifested, eternity, the eternally living God. There's also Yod-He like Jah, which is a divine name attributed to Chokmah or Chokmah, which means wisdom. And it's a verbal symbol of the dual potency, which brings the whole tree of life into manifestation. So essentially, we're talking about like the Lover's card and Eros here. Also, distress, calamity, misery, and misfortune. That's a word related to, it's a contagion or a pestilence, that whole idea. And it's the devil card is 15, so it makes sense. You have lamentation. We talked all about lamentation with the previous episode. Lamentus, that was a big deal. And that comes up again as we progress in this episode, actually. There's another word in Hebrew that means to flow, to melt, to gush, as a noun designating the menstrual flux of women, but also an overflowing or abounding as of a swarm of insects or boiling, seething water. Shows you where their head's at, that they use the same word to refer to menstrual flow as swarming insects and boiling, seething water. There's also a word that means to conceal, cover, or hide. There's locust, and there's a lot of words that equal 15, but not a lot more in the Old Testament. Those are the highlights, though, since we are talking about the devil cards here. Then Loki spills the beans. He comes clean to Mobius. He tells them his conspiracy theory, and Mobius can't hear it because he's in cognitive dissonance, but he tells him, you're all narcissists and you don't remember where you came from. And this is perfect for the Charon figure that Loki is, because he's the one that can cross the river Styx into and out of the underworld without losing his memory. Everybody else that came here to the TVA, which is the underworld, has amnesia. That's part of the contract to get there. That's how, all of them do. Then we see in this shot, B15 in this hallway where the epiphanies happen all the time, and she's got her helmet off. The helmet is off. I take that to symbolize that she's no longer under the crown of Kronos' rule. There is another interesting thing, though, with B15 that I thought about, where B is 2. So it's kind of like saying 215. And in Ovid's telling of Narcissus, the story opens with Narcissus being 15. And then 15 years pass again in the story before we get to the scene of him and his reflection. So there's 2 15s in the beginning of Ovid's telling of the myth of Narcissus. And here we have B15, 2 15s. She also, I didn't get screenshots of it, but there's this interesting thing that occurs where you see, and Jen pointed this out, where you see a close-up of her on one side, and the symbol on her neck, like on her collar, is a waxing moon, like a first quarter moon. And then she makes her decision that she's going to go in and visit Sylvie. She has her moment of epiphany and decision, and it shows the other side of her head, the other side of her collar, and it's the symbol on her collar is a waning moon, which is interesting too, because Sylvie, Silver, the moon, room number 47 that she's going into, the atomic number for silver, Quicksilver, Quicksylvie, all of that's part of the mix as well. And she goes in, and we have Sylvie got her feet up on the table. That's a power symbol. If there ever was one. That's I don't care about your establishment. My feet are up on your table. She even says your name's a number. Makes me think of number 6 from The Prisoner. Do you ever watch that, Gabe? The Prisoner? I am not a number.
Yeah, buddy.
Did you get through that? Because that would make a great demystifier.
I did get through it, but it is good stuff, man. Oh my God.
You didn't get through it? Oh, you got to get to the end.
I didn't get all the way through it.
Get back on that.
But yeah, bicycles and weather balloons will never be the same. That's for damn sure. I can't believe how
I just knocked my
the
mic
weather
off.
balloon came ripping. Oh, snap. That weather balloon came ripping through, tracking the Great American Eclipse, which is GAE, by the way. But that weather balloon went ripping through the exact path of the Great American Eclipse. And then you come out, you find the Prisoner series, which all those people are being basically policed by a militant balloon. It's like a balloon that's been trained to hunt humans down and annihilate them. That's pretty fascinating that you made that discovery, which is so old. That show is so old, but it was just at the same time when America was being menaced by a balloon. It's so silly. It's like, it just makes you think, how many more inside jokes do I have to penetrate through before I'm no longer the butt of a billion 4 generation ago jokes.
I'm having technical
it's kind of funny
difficulties.
that she has a.
You can see here. My boom stand for my mic just like, I don't know. It's funny because this episode we're talking about how 70 IN is spring. I think the spring busted in my boom arm for my mic, this thing that it attaches to, because it just keeps popping back up into the vertical position.
Coil?
The mic drop. Yeah, but I think I might have
your Loki coil.
My coil, right? I think I might have to continue
trickster.
this talk with my microphone in hand. So that's a thing. It's a mild inconvenience. But what's funny about the timing of that is this next slide I had in mind that maybe we could take a little intermission, because you hear this theremin music playing, and when we get cut back to the shot with Mobius back in the office with Renslayer, and they show you the record player. They show you the record player very clearly. And to me, that's like, I mean, interesting what's on the writing on the record player, but I'm going to leave that. But the fact that they're showing you means that it's not a score. It's part of the mise en scène. It's in the scene. They're actually listening to this music in her office. And the song that is playing is a Theremin song called The Swan by, what's her name? It'll probably show it in the video. Jen will probably post her name in the chat. Oh, Clara Rockmore. That's her
Brenda
name.
Lee.
Clara Rockmore.
Okay, Clara Rockmore.
She's one of the premier Theremin players of the world. And I thought it would be fun to just have a brief intermission and play this Theremin song. I think it's old enough that we're probably safe to play it. If not, I'll find out the hard way. But I'm going to play this, and I'm going to try to fix my mic and get another drink. So you guys enjoy. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice. Strangely haunting. I've actually seen people use the theremin for ghost hunting method. Have you ever seen that, Chance? The ghost hunters who use the theremin? Am I saying it right? Theremin?
Theremin. You can hear me, right? I'm sounding normal. I unplugged all my crap and plugged it back in, so I just want to make sure that I'm coming through correctly. Awesome. And it didn't really break. It just fell off. but it's the spring's not broken. I thought it was. Yeah, the theremin. Why I brought it up. Logic Fan says it sounds like a bad violin. Funny you say that. This Clara Rockmore, who's in this performance of the Swan that we just watched, which is the song that we were hearing playing on their record player. The reason she played theremin is because she had unusually bad arthritis for a young person or in her youth that caused it to be too painful to play the violin, but she could play the theremin. The theremin looks really magical. You know, she's not touching anything. It works on electromagnetic fields, and your electromagnetic field interacts with the electromagnetic field that the device puts off. So the proximity that you are to the device alters the pitch, the volume, and all that of the sound that comes out of the machine. I've actually got a theremin. It's pretty cool. The one I have is digital. It's not like the old ones. The old ones are really magic because they're truly working off your electrical field. But the one I have is digital and it's working on motion sensors instead. But the upside is kind of like a keyboard. You can have lots of different soundscapes that come out of it. Whereas with a theremin, you're getting a frequency that it's your frequency in a way. You know, it's the sound of that electricity, literally. Pretty cool. And I thought it's a funny paradox because they say there's no magic at the TVA, but they're listening to theremin music, which is, of all instruments, it might be the most seemingly magical because you don't touch it. You're just waving your hands around and making sound, ghostly sound coming out of the air. There's also this thing with the uncanny valley in this episode, particularly at the end when we see the timekeepers up close, where I think they're intentionally designed to look not real. You know, of course, CG, you can always kind of tell it's CG, but there's an uncanny valley effect going on there where the uncanny valley is that the closer something artificial gets to looking real, the more off-put humans are by it. So there's like dolls, right, that are just a little too realistic and they creep you out. Or I think the best example of the uncanny valley is the Polar Express, which is a CGI movie, like a CGI Tom Hanks Christmas movie, where they did the CGI too realistically, and it crossed into the uncanny valley, and the whole thing just looks really creepy and off-putting. But I think that idea is symbolic in the theremin music, with the whole thing about archons and the simulated reality or the construct reality that they've created that is the sacred timeline. Also, the valley in a way is Capricorn. It's the low point of the sky clock. You know, it's the winter solstice in conjunction or across and Shaitan opposition to the Cancer, the high point, the summer solstice. Then there's the Cygnus constellation. They're playing a song called The Swan, and it's from a record or album called Carnival of Animals, which I've never checked out. Just thought that detail was fascinating. The Cygnus constellation, though, has got so much going on to it. So much going on with Cygnus. First of all, the next thing we see is she's like, sign this. Sig, sign, you know. Cygnus, sign this. Mobius, she's the Renslayer. She needs his name, his autograph.
Nice catch. Okay. Nice catch, man. I did not catch the signature on the Cygnus. I did. That's so great. So you're totally spot on. Cygnus with Capricorn, because Cygnus is it's in Capricorn, Aquarius. Some would say Aquarius, you know, somewhere in that 30-degree range. But oh man,
the Native American Indians had a pretty common mythology of the journey of souls after death, going through the cross that is the Cygnus constellation as a type of guardian of the threshold or demiurge that had to be tricked or fooled or in some way conquered in order to reach the other side or the next incarnation. So Cygnus is important in that respect. And then, of course, you have Cygnus as the charioteer in Greek mythology. There's a Cygnus who's a charioteer, the chariot of Capricorn. It's the opposite side of the zodiac. Then there's Cygnus who Achilles fights in the Iliad. And the Cygnus that Achilles fights has this impervious nature. Like he cannot be defeated. And I think that it's a metaphor for sickness, that no matter how strong the warrior, sickness can't be conquered by strength of arms. Something along those lines.
Wow.
I can't remember exactly how Achilles beats Cygnus, but Cygnus gets turned into a swan and Achilles gets his armor. I believe that's all part of it.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, nice. Man. So February 2nd is Groundhog's Day. It's also the week of an inauguration in the olden days. Sometimes the inauguration is in the end of January. Sometimes it's up in March. But generally in the olden days, it was at the end of January, that last week. Just on the week that leads into Groundhog's Day. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because of animal magnetism and the reading of auguries. So the mass augury readers originated in Greece, proliferated in Rome. It's basically the reading of animal behavior, including the migration of birds or even four-legged animals in an unusual pattern or unusual place at an unusual time. All of these are different forms of augury reading. And some augury readers had different specialties. The one that fascinates me the most is the reading of serpent entrails, very Etruscan. But all of these different forms of augury reading had a master of ceremonies. The master of ceremonies of the augury readers was called the president. The word president comes from augury readers, and this is where you give your votive offering, is your signature. You're giving up your votive offering for the election season, and it all becomes officiated and finalized with the inauguration of the president. He is inaugurated. And so your votive offering that you send,
just the word inauguration seals the deal.
Oh yeah, man. Yes. So your votive offering is nothing more than your migratory plan. You're telling daddy government what you're planning to base your decisions on over the next 4 years. What is amazing about this is not only do they consider us animals, and then they can buy, sell, and trade on the stock market based on our votive offering to predict our decision making, our migrational patterns potentially, but also, the augury readers are infallible. They're not elected officials, and they've become the media. This is why we have a Peacock. This is why we have Fox News. This is why they have animals as their totems for these mediators, these people who are going to be the readers of auguries, who can see the signs and the symbols of the migrational patterns of the realm, and then sway your decision making so that the DOW, the dogs of war, the Dow Jones, can monopolize on your tendencies and your propensities to fall into instinctive, obedient patterning. And there's so much more to it, but I want to just bring elections and Puxatawny Phil and animal magnetism and treating humans as beasts. And what did you say the name of the album was? The name of the entire album is like Beasts of the Field or something?
Carnival of Animals.
Carnival of animals. Isn't that
Old World
something? And so
Micmac just made a reference
all of
to
this
Gog and
really,
Magog. I don't know what made him say Gog and Magog, but Magog is actually one of the Hebrew words that is 70. That's fun.
oh, interesting. Well, okay, let me throw this in there, Micmac. I've done a lot of work on the Cygnus constellation. It corresponds to the anchor on Tacitus Flavius family dynasty, because there's the anchor and then often has the dolphin swimming around it. And Dolphinus is right next to Cygnus. And so Cygnus is the anchor, Dolphinus is the dolphin swimming around the anchor, but it's also Cygnus is the anchor upon which the Ukraine flag is based. The symbol of the Ukraine flag is anchored in the shape that is Cygnus, the Cygnus constellation, which in Star Wars, the Cygnus constellation was the X-Wing fighter. So they were giving us a protagonistic anchor, a protagonistic association to the Ukraine flag at a very early age. And for them to be hailing this in Loki is telling me that they're kind of giving like a, you could say this is like a Sig Heil or a national hail to the Ukraine flag, whatever that would be. Hail Ukraine. Kind of when they're venerating the swan, they're venerating the symbol of the Ukraine flag is what I'm getting at.
I thought your weave on the voting for the president of the augurs, that led Micmac to point out auguration made him think of ogres. Ogre is a word that is basically referring to watchers. That's where ogre comes from. Ogle, you watch something. Ogle, ogre, RL switch. Also, nice. It's interesting because she's getting his vote or his signature. Renslayer is always getting people's signatures, right? And Ren means name. So she's controlling people through their straw man name. She's a judge. I even forgot to point out that way back at the beginning of the episode, when Sylvie is standing before the judge and she escapes after she does not answer to a name. Remember? She just she's getting let up and she's like, next case. The judge is like, next case. And he never calls a name and she never identifies to a name and she escapes from Renslayer. And then later in this episode, we find out Renslayer never knew her name. Didn't even know her name. And Ren means name and she controls people with the name. It's all right there. It's part of legal sorcery. So you said
wow, Chance, that is a huge weave.
I can't believe I forgot that earlier, but it's actually appropriate to bring that up now, so it's fine. Huge weave. Like everything we've said about Renslayer earlier episodes is proven by that very point that Sylvie gets away without giving a name in the courtroom, and her name is unknown to the judge later, of course. But anyway, she's always getting people's signature. She gets Mobius's signature. I want to tack onto your weave real quick, where you said how the vote, you put your name down and vote, is social engineering of the future. They're seeing what everyone's future plans are. Well, what's the very next thing that happens? She asked Mobius, if you could go anywhere, anytime, where would it be? She wants to know his plans for the future, dude. And he actually ignores the question because he's in cognitive dissonance. He can't think about the question because the real answer to that question is, I would want to go back to where I came from on the sacred timeline because I know deep down that I'm actually a variant and I used to be a normal human being living a normal life. Also, they're sharing drinks, libations, yayin, that we brought up earlier, the word referring to 70. Wow. Okay, but you go.
Wow, yes. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's so much here all at once. Okay, so he gives her a rain check on this answer, and he takes a rain check on the second drink. And then later on, towards the end, he's going to answer this question later. So it's interesting that he passes on the second drink and he passes on this answer, but it comes but it does come up again. And oh man, I'm so excited. Like a whole bunch of things just kind of all lined up here. This is really solid stuff. So the animal magnetism and the reading of auguries and treating humanity as though they were animals and that they're reading their migrational patterns, all for the sake of the president. I want to mention that president is anagram for end priest. And that could, or it could be the priest den, the den of priests, which would be the bankers, the den of vipers, really. The priest den is the temple. But the word president is, it's really fascinating. Okay. Oh, so exciting. This is so fun. So yeah, he takes a rain check on the second drink. He kind of gets a little flustered because he's about to manipulate her. He needs her to turn her back for a second, right? And so he's not really thinking about this, the line of reasoning that she's on. And so they're totally, they're lying to each other. They're both lying right now. And they've kind of like, I know that you know that I'm lying, just like he was doing with Loki earlier. But is there any, wait, can you pull up from the Telegram, the picture from her office that I just sent you? Because we've established that Mobius is a number 7 personality. He's an enthusiast or an epicure with a shadow of glutton. And I just want to bring some of the symbols of the glutton archetype of this epicure, this enthusiast. Some of the symbols of their archetype
I'm
are
just laughing
right
because of
here.
how crazy it looks what you put together. Okay, here we go.
It's all here. It's all in the office right here. So card number 7 is the Chariot card. Card number 16 is the Tower card. The Chariot card literally has a knight in armor with their arms to the side, carrying, according to Crowley, this is the cup. This is the Holy Grail in the arms of the Chariot card. So he's literally holding a cup, a chalice, a vessel. Look at the cups at the centerpiece at the altar of this room. The centerpiece is the cups, the 10 cups of the imbibing of the drink. And then the Tower card, when you turn it on its side, it's actually a face consuming the tower. So I turned the tower sideways so that this Chariot card could pour the cup into the face of the Tower card. All things gluttonous are expressed by these two cards when you put them together. And this was actually articulated in The Economist magazine cover. That's how I came to this conclusion. I put the two cards that equal 7, I put them together, and it depicts this devil pouring oil into the mouth of old Uncle Sam. The color schemes are perfect. The devil is red like the tower. Uncle Sam is red, white, and blue, just like the Chariot card. The color schemes are just flawless. But then I'm thinking to myself, like, where am I going to use these symbols of gluttony? Where are they going to pop up again later in our culture? And sure enough, we were just talking last week about how Mobius is a number 7, an enthusiast with a shadow of glutton. And so I put the Tower card and the Chariot card in this room where he keeps sipping on the finer things in life. And this is the scene where he decides he's not going to have the second drink that he usually has it. He actually says, "Oh, didn't I drink 2 already?" And then he tries to make an excuse to leave. So he's practicing the remedial virtue right now. The remedial virtue for a number 7 personality type is abstinence, not just temperance, not just a little bit less, absolutely none whatsoever. It actually has to be very totalitarian in order to overcome that enthusiast drive. So yeah, he's actually practicing abstinence in this scene to break away from his devil, to gain freedom so he can go and make decisions on his own for the first time. And it only lasts for like 5 minutes because he's about to have a moment with fate as soon as he breaks free of his own devil. So I just wanted to put this into context because as he is literally defeating his shadow, his gluttony, where he's been going to imbibe. He literally walks out free from that demon, and now he's his own man.
It makes me think of Behemoth, the biblical monster in the book of Job, the land monster equivalent to Leviathan, the sea monster. And Behemoth is like, devouring everything. And its weakness is possibly his eyes. The book of Job, it's like, can he be taken by his eyes? Can his nose be pierced with hooks? I don't know if there's something there, but I'm going to,
yeah.
as much as I really like everything just laid down there, the symbolism of the seven, and it makes me think about how the eye at the top of the tower card is like the eye in from the previous card, the devil, how, what PK says here in the Rig Veda, Hamsa the swan is the sacred bird Sarasvati, and these waters are the waters from which all creation emerges. So this part of the zodiac is the watery side of the zodiac where the goatfish Capricorn is at. That's the demiurge. It's the thing that creates everything. It's the doors of the year, and it makes sense that would be Maya illusion, the physical world with the Cygnus swan. And the thing that creates everything is also what devours everything. So that's time. Everything is arising and falling away in time. Kronos, Capricorn, the devil, etc. So for the watching eye above the tower to also be what's devouring the tower, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And then the eye being an almond shape, like same general shape and outline as the Vesica Pisces or the Mandorla, the portal of the female generative power, and the yoni. So the yoni, the eye, devours the tower. That's, yeah, they call that orgasm moment the little death. It goes on and on. The end is the beginning, essentially. So the next thing that's going on in the plot, though, keeping us moving, is Mobius is really wanting to talk about C20. And that's all that's really on his mind. He wants to know what's going on with her. How is she dead? And Renslayer says, C20 lost her mind. She couldn't even form words by the end. I think that this is symbolic of her freedom from her artificial persona, her name, her social security number given to her by the judge, Renslayer. The fact that she can't form words by the end, this is all probably a lie, but it's symbolic. That escaping from time, or Kronos, means knowing that time is a circle. And I think that it has something to do with no longer using artificial speech or language, reverting to some kind of knowing instead of symbolizing, or at the very least for our words to become impeccable and no longer have any lag between what we feel, what we think, what we know, and what we say. Some kind of perfect alignment with that. I think it's a very strong, at least metaphor or allegory, to consider that what cast humanity, or Adam and Eve, from the garden is the act of naming things that they were tasked with doing. That eventually that was the fall. That's where the artificial world started to creep in and elbow out of our consciousness, our full connection to the present moment and the timeless infinity that we came from. Is that the words? Words, actually, there's a good weave I could add to that and honestly, this book, if you haven't read this book, go get it. It stands alone really well. I mean, I recommend the whole series, but Spirit World, the fourth Spirit World book by Dylan Secosio, A God's Acre for Winds of the Soul, which I also did an audiobook of. So you can get in there and listen to it that way if you want. If you like my deep voice, my audiobook voice, quote, end quote. So I'm going to quote from God's from Winds of the Soul. The German word for devil is Teufel, Teufel, which when you consider the interchangeability of D and T and the V and F, Teufel is no different than devil. Now, again, with the T and D switching, devil is Tevel, Tevel. There you go. Your Tav is starting to come in here with devil. Tav El, the god Tav, the god Tevel. So Tevel is also where Tubal comes from, as in Tubal Cain. But Tubal, I'm ad-libbing here. This is not exactly what the paragraph says, but I'm going through this paragraph. Tubal is the Hebrew word for world, which is just word with L in the middle. So Tav with L. Tubal. It's, yeah. Anyway, the point being that the word for devil and the word for world in Hebrew, between these languages, end up coming down to like the same words. There's a lot more to this paragraph, but that was the weave I wanted to get to. Back to Cygnus and the Capricorn area and the demiurge, that the devil and world are this philologically, we're in the same ballpark, the same word here. So to escape the devil's world, maybe you were supposed to not be in the words, using the devil's words. Like that's, the wordsmith, the Tubal Cain, right? Something like that. Now then the next thing that happens in this scene is Mobius swaps Timpads with Renslayer. So essentially he's stealing her memory or her temple. Pretty cool. And then, okay, so now we finally see what's going on in Time Theater 47. I messed up this slide. I put it as equals 70, but actually, why don't I just fix it? I found out a couple of shows back, I can just fix slides while they're still full screen. So this is 47. It's bet, cough, yod, hey. So essentially a word that would be pronounced something like Bakya or Bakia. That's basically the Bacchus. Yaka, Yaki, Baki. It's all right there. And it means a weeping, and it equals 47. Remember, they're in Time Theater 47. And it's a weeping that is related to divine inebriation. So it's like drunk crying. You're filled with the spirit of the spirits that you drank, and now you're weeping. But it also has a meaning of to expectorate, as in like to spit or phlegm, snot, stuff like that. It's a word that would refer to that whole like Hebrew, Jewish, Italian, any, Spanish, any culture where they spit 3 times in the presence of something very good or very evil, that kind of thing. And so obviously, though, you see the similarity of the word Bakia to Bacchus. And that brings us full circle to something Dylan said way at the beginning of the show, that he had found like some Phoenician Irish word with the root Bach that had to do with like, I think defeat by violence, something like that. I'm scrolling all the way back up to the beginning of the chat now. Yeah. Okay. He said he found a word Bach pertaining to drunkenness, love, and defeat through violence. So weeping from drunkenness, you would weep if you're defeated. There's a link there for sure. I don't know what language he said that was from. It might be Irish, which is basically Phoenician. So that's happening. B15 is wanting to talk about how when Sylvie got into her head in the previous episode, she saw something. And then, she gets shown her own memories again, and she starts weeping. Okay, Dylan says that Bach word referring to
Yeah,
weeping and defeat of violence is in O'Reilly's Irish dictionary. Very good. And
nice. You know, Chance, I want to throw something in on this scene. Uh, the same thing happens that in this scene that happened with Mobius and Loki. Mobius comes into Loki's loop from stage left and has a change of heart and says, "Okay, come with me." And here B15 does it the same way. She comes into Sylvie's chamber. I think she actually comes in, might be she enters on the right, but then she says, "You and I, we have to have a talk. Come with me." She's very curt. And then she leaves and the camera has it set so she's exiting stage left because they're going to have a heartfelt conversation again. And then Sylvie, it's implied that she follows her through that portal, but again, with the coming to heart being on the left hand side. And then another point here is she has to go to the exact same ambiance, the same scenery, the same exact layout that has the same association for the way it felt the first time. And so I just think it's fascinating that the director is kind of cluing us in on the fact that location is so important, that the location that the event took place has to be reenacted, has to be reinvoked, reinvigorated, brought to the mind again so
like
that they can
locations themselves can store memory, like the
patch.
stone tape theory.
That's that's it. That's it. Totally. I just had to point that out, that they're telling us the psychological alchemy that they use by coming back
And,
to the same exact location.
and I brought up the Ingwaz rune again because they're at the Roxcart where it's XX, which is what that rune looks like. And this is a full circle moment referring to the cyclical nature that is described by Ingwaz. So this helps us understand the Rox ROXX cart again a little better. Plus, they're like twins now. They're realizing they're both variants. So there's a new twinning thing going on as well. Then
That's
we see.
interesting.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty. C20 was left behind in the Rox cart. Like the last time we saw her bodily personage was in the Rox cart. So that's kind of interesting too, that it's like that the C20 is in the, like, XXC is in the name Rox cart. And so here we are again, kind of making amends for what happened to C20, but this time for B15, so she can actually be healed. So there's kind of a strange handoff from C20 to B15 with this, because the last time we
Right.
saw Sylvie she was doing the opposite to C20, and now she's doing a remedial, making amends with B15 here. That's cool.
And so everyone is getting, even if they didn't watch the show, that all of the time cops, the TVA, used to be regular people who did something they weren't supposed to do according to the sacred timeline and the timekeepers, and thus are variants like Loki and Sylvie, and they got abducted, had their memories wiped, and got pressed into indentured servitude, given their new name, which is a number. And now they're good old government employees. So it's like the victim perpetrator cycle that I was talking about with the crown chakra and the master slave dynamic, that the victims become perpetrators.
Yeah, buddy.
And then C20 is on
And
this
I want to
recording
mention the deluge.
oh yeah. Oh
Sorry.
yeah. I
So
mean, this
the
deluge
deluge.
came before the
There
arc episode. Yeah, there's a deluge episode and then there's the arc.
right.
The next episode. Good point.
Yep. So she's removing her delusional uh, 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 confusion. She's removing her from the delusion.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Oh man, I always thought that the part of the whole age of Pisces thing that would have been, prior to Aquarius is the deepest water of the zodiac, right? It's the height of delusion. Deluge. I think is when people were most disconnected from their understanding of and knowing of their mystic symbols, their ancestors, everything. I feel like the age of Pisces is the deluge in a way, in the sky clock, in the delusional sense of everything. Hey, thanks for the super chat. First super chat of the evening from my buddy Kyle at Tippecanoe Herbs. Hey man, I've been meaning to tell you too. Thanks for that goldenrod you sent for Jennifer. That was really cool. We appreciate that. I got to pay it forward to you somehow, but it seems like a good moment to mention that Tippecanoe Herbs is a place where you can get all kinds of powerful, but subtle and without side effects types of herbal medicines. I love me some Tippecanoe Herbs. I'm going to do an ad right now for it. So right now in front of me, I got this rose and peony hydrosol. I like to use that to spray on my face, sometimes even during a stream. It takes you from feeling and looking kind of possibly dumpy or tired or like that tightness that gets into your skin and your face whenever you're a little dehydrated or just not well rested. You spray some of this rose hydrosol on your face, and all of a sudden you look like you've been fanned by Venus's mystic purification fan, and now you're all sparkly and shiny and feeling good. So that's a good one. Get yourself some rose hydrosol. Also like this memory lane supporting healthy brain function. It's got lion's mane, gotu kola, rosemary, brahmi, tulsi, which is holy basil, and calamus. Calamus is one of my favorites. I also just got some straight up calamus root powder right here, and I just take a finger dip of it, like the rave days, taking a little dip out of the drug bag. And calamus root, really good for the throat chakra. It's a big part of why I can give you this low, deep, smooth voice. Anyway, Tippecanoe Herbs. Use the InnerVerse coupon code. You won't regret it. There's a link in every show in the show notes. Get on there. 10% off. Super worth it. Thank you, Kyle. Thanks for passing me $10. I'm serious. And thank you, Rachel. She also just super chatted a nice 10 euros. So you guys rock. You guys are consistent supporters. But really, Tippecanoe Herbs, you cannot go wrong. So much good stuff on there. All right. Commercial break is over. Yeah, so Mobius stole the Tempad. He's looking in her heavens, her temple, her temporal, her memory, right? And he's seeing this recording of D20 saying that the bar, she was really at a bar and she really existed in the past on the sacred timeline. Bar is a name for Saturn, by the way, Kronos. And let's see. What else is in here? Oh, yeah, just it's real. She's like, it's real, Israel. And so Mobius is convinced now. And go ahead.
Yeah, I got a tiny sync, but I just want to mention it again. And it's just so weird how it all comes together in the same 2 minutes of the movie or of the series. But he just, again, refused to drink the second drink and walked out of the bar that he usually is having drinks at. And now he's
in the bar association and judges and the bar.
Isn't that something? So the alcohol thing is like still fresh on the nose as she's talking about. I knew that they were lying, and now I'm sober. Now I can see clearly. So I just wanted to mention that again. Yeah, because of the alcohol aspect, and he just decided, to skip his second drink. It's almost as though okay. I guess here's what I'm saying. It's like alcohol is playing the role of soma. It's keeping people pacified. It's keeping people in the delusion. And now what is being whispered in the subtext is there's something about consumption. We've been consuming this delusion for too long. And the answer to seeing clearly is as simple as just no longer uh, taking it in, no longer consuming the deception. You know, there's definitely some fluoride metaphor, alcohol metaphor, and medicine, the medicinal industrial complex, all very metaphorically layered in.
So after he has his, after he sobers up, basically, he has this sobering realization that of his true past. He gets his he doesn't get his memory back, but he believes now. And he says, he goes back to Loki, who's in his time loop, torture, prison hell with Lady Sif. And he says, so I just got to trust the word of two Lokis. But that's actually a big moment where his word becomes trustworthy, because this is Loki becoming the word. You know, this whole show is him becoming the word. And I mean that literally. So there's this moment right here. Mobius says, you could be whoever, whatever you want to be, even someone good. And I feel like this is the most genuine, heartfelt smile that Loki has up to this point in the whole show. This is like permission to be friends. You know, permission to no longer be this isolated figure, or recognition of his. All he ever wanted was to be recognized for his greatness, because that's the 4 in the Enneagram, the individualist. He's finally getting that moment of like, you know, maybe you are pretty good. Maybe you could be good. And also he's becoming good throughout this show. He's becoming more good as he goes. And the question is, God is good, so is Loki becoming God? I actually, you know, we know the answer to how this all ends, right? But we brought this up before we knew the end of the series, that Loki is going to become the new Kronos. There's this cyclical nature of the whole thing where, you know, you depose the father and you become the father. That whole patricide part of the mythology that's in here. Also, we come out of the time loop prison and Renslayer is waiting for them there. And Mobius says to her, you know, I thought about it. If I could go anywhere, I would go wherever I had a life before the TVA came along. That's what I'd like to do. Just riding around on my jet ski. Remember, the jet ski symbolism is in dream symbolism, changing your mind. I just thought it's funny how one of the divinatory meanings of the devil card, if you were to pull it in like a tarot session with a reader, is often go ahead and do whatever you want, or go ahead with what it is that you want, even though it's not going to be comfortable. So this is Mobius. He's like taking the advice of the devil card, and he's decided, all right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do what it is that I want. I am going to do that, even though it's going to be uncomfortable for me to face it. And, you know, the steps that are required along the way might be painful. I am going to get what I want. I am. And that's the meaning of the devil card in like a divinatory sense. So I thought that was kind of cool confirmation of the theme being definitely present in this episode. I don't know if I would have caught it without you pointing out devil cards. So thanks for that. I really like picking a specific arcana or, you know, kind of two, because the lovers goes into this, but I really like taking that approach. And I think we should look for that in future episodes. They're probably going to be there. But then, bum. Pruned.
Yes, there it is.
Disintegration.
And isn't that so devil card? Like the male, the male's getting burnt. It's total, and it's even on the right hand side. It's the character on the right side is getting incinerated by a torch, by an implement, just like the devil card. And I love the way you said that is the spirit of what he was doing when he's like, you know what, fuck this. I'm just going to tell you what I want. That is so totally the devil card. He's literally the advice. Like if you had drawn a devil card in your tarot reading, he was taking the advice of the devil card in his last words. That's a great read on that, man. And this is obscure and weird. I don't know why I have to say these things, but I just have to.
Because you wouldn't be Slick Dissident.
It's so left field, but it has consistency, so I'm compelled to say it. Okay. One of the things I've surmised on my channel is that the Thoth deck tower card is possibly a map of Venice. Venice is referred to by Machiavelli as the city of the epicure. And so when I heard that there's a city of the epicure, I had to take the map of the city next to the card that is the epicure card, the tower card, and put them side by side. And I see, in my eyes, I see Venice hiding out in the darkness of the tower card, the Thoth deck tower card. But the reason I'm saying anything is because our boy Mobius is an enthusiast of jet skis. And jet skis are ideal for a floating city. Venice is sometimes referred to as the floating city. And now all of this is fascinating to me because I happen to believe, and I have a lot more learning to do about this, but I believe that utopia is a free-floating concept that is evoked 1,000 different ways. I'm not there yet. I don't have this fully in my grasp. But the idea of utopia, what's his name? Oliver Swift is the author who wrote about utopia. I think Thomas More also wrote about these utopian ideas. But one utopian idea is the floating city. And Venice is a floating city. And in Mobius's dream reality, he has access to the floating city with his skidoo. So I just had to kind of point that out, that he has this utopian ideal where everybody's rolling around in skidoos, the perfect marriage between form and function. And all of that is very Epicurean. And the city of Venice is the floating city. So I just think it's fascinating that he wants a skidoo, which would be the perfect vehicle if he lived in Venice, which is his personal utopia. So yeah, these just real random free floating things, but they all come together with a strange consistency.
Do you think Renslayer is a 6 in the Enneagram?
Digamma. Yeah, twice 3. Digamma. So her name is C twice, 3 twice. Her name is Digamma, totally a 6.
Renslayer? Okay. I think so too. Yep, you're saying C20. C20 is Digamma. C20 is possibly a 6 as well.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, you were asking about a Renslayer. Wait.
And probably B15 is probably a 6. Yeah, Renslayer is the leader.
Yes.
But she's obviously a loyalist.
Renslayer is the leader. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Retract that. I think C20 is a 6. B15 is a 6. And Renslayer, yeah, she's the adjustment card, which isn't really a personality type. It's the division between thinking and doing. It's discernment. It's the discernment card.
I think that the fact that they could all be sixes, and that would fit with how there are more, like a disproportionate amount of sixes in the world.
Yes, you could almost say that if they're wearing a uniform, the fact that they don't have a name, that they have a number instead, is a very much a say yes loyalist. They say yes.
Yeah, I think because she's more of a loyalist than a leader herself. And
yeah,
the basic fear of the six is of being without support and guidance, right? To have security and support is their desire. And she's very defensive, or she's like a 6 with a 5 wing, the defender archetype. I think that's Renslayer, and we'll see more of that later in the series when we start to see her anxieties come out. I'm gonna keep us going. We're almost there. So here's I meant to say 47. Better fix this slide. This is the weeping again. The weeping of inebriation. Loki seeing his buddy get zapped. See you later, Mobius. But true to his name, this isn't the last we'll see of Mobius. The Mobius strip will continue. Then here's a moment where you kind of see the layout of the devil card. Instead of chains, she's got, there's men holding their arms. But if you look, this is pretty much the same layout. This is woman on the left, Adam on the right, Eve on the left. She's the devil in the middle. The very next thing is she holds up her right hand. It's zoomed in on her, and as the shot continues, and she raises her right hand, but she does raise her right hand to, assert her. What she's holding in her right hand controls the collars that they're wearing. They're wearing collars on this devil card. There's their collars, and they've got collars on, and the collars are controlled by her, the figure in the middle, with her raised hand.
Yes. I would even point out the squareness of the breastplate of the soldiers. It very much resembles the granite slab, the black slab that the Adam is putting his palm on the granite. So Adam is the palm of granite. It's the palm of the Garantur, and the palm of the Garantur is the person who is under contract. So when Adam is putting his hand on the granite, he's becoming the signee. He's signing away his nature.
So this is they get in the elevator with Renslayer. Sylvie wants to know what was the reason? What was my Nexus event? It was obviously important enough to take her life away and lead to all this craziness. Then Renslayer, in a very smug, little smirky way, she's like, I don't remember. So this is what I would say about this is how humans don't remember the cycle that binds everything. Nexus, she's talking about her Nexus event. Nexus means bind. So religion is the replacement for the true Nexus. Religion, religare, means bind, and it's a means to remembering the cycle or the circle, the Yao, I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning that is the end, symbolic and allegorized in the year of our Lord and the cyclical nature of the year itself. So, because humans can't remember past their lifetime, right? And thus, the real nexus, if you will, or the cycle that binds everything, exist in our memory, right? We can't know what happened 2,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. All we can do is have the religion, aka the timekeepers, keep us in the know with allegory, right? That's like religion is the replacement for the Nexus. Hope this weave is making sense. But because we can't remember, that's what religion is supposed to fulfill. But it's kind of impossible for us to truly ever remember our Nexus event. That's the fog. That's the fog of time. And here they go. They're walking into the fog of time in the timekeeper's chamber.
One thing about Renslayer telling her, "I don't even remember." It's so mean. But the lesson of it is not to presume that the person, if you wanted to get revenge on a person, it's foolishness to presume that they would have any clue why you're getting revenge on them.
Oh, yeah. What it might not be important to them at all.
It's meaningless to them, and so you're just coming at them with violence out of context. And so, if a person doesn't remember their transgression, then you're kind of screwed. Your revenge has no meaning. It won't attach to anything whatsoever, and it's all in your head.
All in your head. That's a good point. Heads will roll with revenge. That's coming up right here. So more things that mean, another thing that means 70, fun, is Samek Vav Dalet. Yeah, Samek Vav Dalet, which transliterates how they say it nowadays is Sod. It equals 70. It means a secret council or assembly. So this is the secret council or assembly right here, the timekeepers. It makes me think also of your fun weaves on the Marquis du Sade. And how that might have a lot more influence in secret on how our world is assembled. The sadism of the Marquis du Sade. The example of this word is an example is Psalms 25:14. The secret of the Lord, the secret, Sod, is in those who revere him, and he shows forth his covenant to them. There's an interesting feature of the Old Testament, which is this idea, specifically this 70 or this IN, this council is really like a divine council, as in a body of celestial beings who deliberate with God. It's the Elohim, the plural, God as plural. And here we see that this is a 3-in-1 God, including the Nietzschean walrus mustache that you brought up.
I love it. Yeah, buddy. Sod, such a fascinating term to mean secret, and so for me, the seventh chakra is the root chakra, the coccyx, the tailbone, the assembly, where the meeting of the coming together, where they are assembled, where they are on their resting point. On the seventh day, he rested. So there's a foundation is established around the seven, totally. And then one of the things, a reason why the 7 invokes the 9 for me is because any single digit number other than 7 divided by 7 reveals the Enneagram. It'll be some variation of 142857, 142857 in some order or another. So yeah, I think that's pretty fascinating that the 7 implies a complete 9. That's kind of one of the secrets of the number 7, is that it divides into an arrangement of the Enneagram that accentuates the absence of the 369 in its own sequence. So yeah, it is the Holy Council for sure.
It's
and
a
it's
trip,
the rainbow.
dude. Yeah, it's a trip. Anybody out there curious, just get a calculator and divide any number by 7, and you will see a repeating 142857, 142857. Like,
yes, any single digit number.
That's not true, actually. It doesn't have to be single digit.
Oh, that's even cooler. Shit. That's way cooler.
As far as I know, it's any number divided by 7 in the death. It might not show up instantly, but like eventually in somewhere in, and it might not repeat endlessly, right? It repeats better in single digit division, but say you divide by 56 divided by 7. Sorry, 56 divided by 7. Oh, wait, that's a whole number. Okay, you got to do single digits to occasionally not get something divisible by 7. But if it's a number not divisible by 7, say 57 divided by 7, it's 8.142857, you know, so
wow,
it pretty much works across the board as long as the number is not divisible by 7.
I didn't
and
know
that's such a trip. So it reveals the 369 by its conspicuous absence. So weird. Numbers are so weird.
Nice. Well said. Very well said. Yeah, I agree. So weird.
So weird. I gotta keep that one in my back pocket. I always forget about that little fact that anything divided by 7, 142857, 142857 is going to show up in there. Man, that's gotta mean so much more than we currently comprehend.
It does. It totally does. It's constantly coming back at me like, oh yeah, it's everywhere. Oh yeah, of course, it's everywhere.
Yeah, what does that mean? Okay, we're getting lost in the weeds, but this is the 3-in-1 God. I mean, need I say more? The Trinity. It's the Trinity, who is actually one guy we find out later, and they're not real. But notice the uniforms of the timekeeper guards. Doesn't it remind you of, this was Jen's weave, so shout out to Genius Jen. They look like Civil War uniforms, and that pretty much presages the Civil War that's coming for this TVA, because B15 switches sides. She shows up in the room. I don't have a slide of it, but she shows up in the room and she throws Sylvie her sword. They fight the guards. They win the fight. Sylvie throws her sword at the center timekeeper. His head gets cut off. That's the head of John the Baptist. It's, you know, because I think maybe we're getting to that point. What's after Capricorn? You know, if this whole episode was about Capricorn, well, what's after that is Aquarius, which is John the Baptist. And the head of John the Baptist is the relic the Templars allegedly kept, right? But there's a lot of skulls that were said to have been the skull of John the Baptist. So it's a fake skull. You know, it's not the real head. Yes. It's not the real archon. Archon means head, arche, and wisdom. These are the archons, right?
Uh-huh.
And they're the ones who distribute the wisdom of what the sacred timeline is supposed to be, allegedly. But they're fake archons. So the fake archons that they just realize are fake, you know, bring us back to the uncanny valley idea, first of all, that they look suspiciously fake. You know, they look creepily fake, this reptilian trinity. But the word "ein," if you just take the yod out and it's just ein, that's the endless expanse, or the limitless light, the true source. So the idea is basically that's the God above God, or the God above the fake archons, the God above the demiurge, above the illusion or the Maya. It's ein, the being and nothingness, everything and nothing. I'm not saying I'm not saying that God is the demiurge and then there's a God beyond God that got tricked by a demiurge and all that shit. I'm not saying that, but that's part of the, Kabbalah idea that is always so pervasive in the Hollywood.
The scene where B-15 comes in and she throws the sword to Sylvie. B-15, she's coming in the elevator and throwing the iconic sword to Sylvie to set her free. And in that moment that sword is being thrown, they flash that elevator lamp again, that golden crowned elevator lamp that is intrinsic to the pineapple from the Ace of Swords card. So the redemption of the sword coming back to Sylvie has a last minute flash of the pineapple symbolism from the Thoth deck. But I
As the
want to
sword is
point out, I think we're
swingering through the air and she's swingering her
yep,
sword around.
right? And she even lets Loki use it. He's like, hey, I need some over here. And she throws the sword to him. So it's getting, everybody's swinging. Everybody was swinging. All right. Kybernetes. Kybernetes is the Greek word for controller, steersman, governor, plotter, tiller, plow, government. And here we're looking for who is in control of everything, who is the steersman, who's calling the shots on this big vessel. And it turns out the steersman is Kybernetes. It's cybernetics. It was cybernetics is running at this point is running the show, and this plays into so many things. But again, I believe that our language actually has a lot of mechanistic snares, spring-loaded traps, unexpected potentialities in our words that steer us to make certain decisions in certain ways and aspects. And I'm not ready to go into full tilt on that idea, but I just think that there's uh, it's just fascinating that these mechanics, because when she picks up the head, its mouth is still kind of twitching, and so to some degree, I just think about the instinctive, philosophically, uh, we're much more instinctive and reactive and kind of pre-programmed to a lot of our responses in life. And the proof that you're actually a thinking being is when you do things that are unexpected, that are not mechanistic, that are cannot be predicted. And that is actually evidence of wisdom and discernment and the ability to be spontaneous. And so often we presume that we are thinking willful, that we're not under Sapolsky's paradigm, that determinism is bullshit. We like to think that, but you got to do a lot of work to actually embody a life that is not deterministic. We all have a lot of work. I do. I have a lot of work to do to prove Robert Sapolsky wrong. And it's a constant daily battle, a daily grind to do what is unexpected, what is not normal, to prove that determinism is bullshit. And you got to live that maxim every day to make sure Robert Sapolsky is proven wrong every second of your life for the rest of your life. And it's worth it.
And you got to
do,
like, how do you do that? How do you be unexpected as you break out of the time loop? As in, right, you do something different. You don't just repeat the same thing day in and day out and waste your life, waste the opportunity for novelty, creativity, generation.
Yes. Yes. And I want to point out how the time, I think one of many valuable parallels to the TVA and our government is the fact that elections take place on leap years. Leap years are votive offerings. We you can research the leap year, but we're literally, if you watch every 4 years, we do a jump backwards. We go back on our progress. So it goes 1, 2, 3. On the 4th beat, it jumps back to the 3. 1, 2, 3, jump back. 1, 2, 3, jump back. And it's not a full jump back. It's just a few days in February. It happens in February, which is the season of the elections, the season of the vote of offerings, the season of Groundhog's Day is another aspect of it. And then there's one more thing about right. So leap years are managing time. They're managing the sacred timeline, but also daylight savings is managing a sacred timeline. And so I just find it quite fascinating that we're giving government these godlike privileges, and then we're telling them that they're not God. Out of one side of our mouth, we're saying, you're not God. No, 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 no. But on the other side, our behavior is still giving them the ability to manage and presume to have influence over our time in this world. And it's just so fascinating. It's such a fascinating realm. And I like the idea that Loki is much like Mithra. He's antagonistic to the flow of time. He's trying to fight against the mainstream and go against the grain.
Got a lot to think about with that.
Yeah. Also, January 6th comes up a lot in the film. They've been seeding January 6th a lot of different ways. One of the events on their sacred timeline was like Pennsylvania on January 6th. Turns out the guy who invented the DeLorean, his birthday is January 6th. I think that's pretty interesting. And here, kind of similarly, they go, this scene feels a lot like the J6. The fact that they go into the heart of the sacred temple and there's a kerfuffle. You could say there was an insurrection. they cut off the head of the podium. So there was a bit of an insurrection axe had to be invoked. So yeah, there's seeing a lot of parallels.
They silence him.
In the sacred
silence the sacred
right
timeline speaker, right? Like the guy who was speaking for the other archons gets his head cut off. That's part of IN being the silent watcher as a meaning, is because the Hey Samech Hey, which is like Hasa or something. Hasa is Hey is 5, Samek is 60. So 2 Heys and a Samek gives you 70. So there's another equivalent word. It's referring to silence, holding your tongue, a vow of silence like a monk would take. It's the control of speech, which is the cast not your pearls before swine. The way that is related to the intoxication aspect of IN, in the sense that when you're intoxicated, maybe you don't control your speech anymore, right? Or you become so intoxicated you can't speak anymore. There's some secret about the silence in the of renewal and regeneration, that our silent time is like our meditative time, or our sleep is where we feel renewed and restored afterwards. We regenerate. And so there's the idea of the destruction and regeneration cycles, that if everything came to a crashing halt, crash and burn, blown up, deluge, flood, everything dead and destroyed, then that would actually be a regenerative time. That's something we see in nature, that after is silent, go outside in the middle of summer. Is there silence? Go outside in the middle of winter at night. I'm talking about at night for both both seasons. Then go outside in the middle of winter. It's with snow covering the ground. It's a very different kind of quiet. You probably can't even get silence in a lot of places in summer at night, but there is a silence of winter that you can feel it. And there's like there is a rejuvenating feeling to that silence. You know, even if the cold is biting at you. So this is that type of moment here that the all of the adversaries are on the ground, dead or unconscious. She silenced the timekeepers. And so they have this moment to renew their feelings that got left unsaid, silence, unspoken, right? In the previous scene where they were on Lamentus in that whole cataclysm. But there's, of course, first there's the question that comes up, who created the TVA then? Who's the God above God, right? But as they are holding that thought, Loki decides this is the perfect moment to profess his feelings for her that were silenced by the interruption previously. So this is the Narcissus moment, looking at his reflection, saying, I love you, you know? And then, just like Narcissus, Loki, quote unquote, dies while staring into the eyes of his reflection. There's even this blue tint to the scene that is the reminiscence of, you know, being underwater or a reflection in water. I think that's probably intentional in some way for the Narcissus weave going on. And it's kind of ironic as well that the god of backstabbing gets stabbed in the back. But then the credits roll, you know, Sylvie jumps up and it's Renslayer who took him out, right? I don't have a slide for that, but Sylvie defeats Renslayer once again and is like, you're going to tell me everything. She wants to know the truth. Who's the god above God? She's becoming a Gnostic or a Kabbalist. Credits roll. We're like, where's Loki? I thought this was his show. How's he dead? And after the credits, he wakes up and he's like, is this hell? Am I dead? And he's there with he's standing there, or is laying there at the feet of 4 other Lokis. Very different variants. And that's the end of the episode. Fiend. Finite.
So the scene that we leave Renslayer laying down with Sylvie on over her, and Renslayer says, "Do it, kill me." She's like, "Nah, you got some answers." I think we should just maybe put a pin in that scene right now, because it takes place in the basement, in the whatever that the sacred room where the timekeepers are supposed to be, where the 3 thrones are. That is where we leave Sylvie and Renslayer. But in the next episode, they're going to do a huge cognitive reset on everybody, and they're going to put them in the courtroom in the exact same positioning. So what's about to happen is a big cognitive dissident switcheroo is going to happen, where the last place we saw them is Renslayer on the ground, Sylvie's above her with the staff, telling her, give me some answers. Well, in the next episode, Renslayer and Sylvie are in the same position, but in a whole nother room. And so they do like this strange teleport time warp pickup where they did not leave off and expect everybody not to notice. It's no big deal. I don't care. I don't care if there's an inconsistency in the film. I just notice these things because I think if they seed this kind of inconsistency enough, then the masses will start to expect to not trust their own senses, to not trust their own eyes, to actually expect to see things that don't make sense, if that makes sense. But
Yeah, hyper
I see a lot of
reality.
that seeding inconsistency as a kind of an agenda to, right, yes, so that people can perpetually doubt their own ability to have discernment good judgment, knowing of what is to be expected in reality, you know. So I just wanted to point that out.
Starts with
It's no big
telling you
deal,
that
but they do
you're on a
put
giant
us-
ball. It starts with telling you you're on your giant ball and people in Australia are upside down.
Totally.
Or you're upside down and they're right side up. Who knows? It's all relative, man.
Totally.
Relativity. All right. I think we're ready to pack it up, man. I think we put in our day's work.
So the alligator is a big hit for me.
I think that we can unpack that in the next one
Yeah.
though, yeah? Because we'll see a lot of it.
Yes.
But yeah, if you couldn't see that here, there's a Loki variant that's an alligator.
Totally.
And that's not accidental. So we're going to get there pretty soon. I think we'll do the next one. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have fun. So thanks everyone for participating in the chat. Make sure if you want to give Slick a tip, you go check out his Cash App. It's $ Slick Dissident on Cash App. That's his tag. It's linked in the show notes too. Be seeing you. Yes. All right, Gabe, thanks, man.
Nice.
You had great stuff tonight. Couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely,
well, I could, but it would just be half as long. It would be half as long, and only 1/3 is fun, though. It would be maybe even 1/4 is fun. So appreciate your witness, man. And have a good one, everyone. Good night. Much love.
Yep. Big love, everybody. Much respect.